Is it really that bad? Shouldn't warm my lift. Good stuff. There it is. I'm trying to see all of you through the camera, but all of you online. You may be able to see me soon.
We are go.
We are live.
Yeah.
Good stuff. Well, thank you very much. And good morning. Great to see you all. Great to see you online. I can't see you, but actually you can see me. And my name is Dr. Alexander Horowitz. I am the Creative Craft Director at EA, or Criterion Games, part of EA. And I'm here this morning to talk to you about research, specifically conducting effective accessibility research. And so the two texts really that I'm looking at with this are one, which is my PhD thesis, which I brought along, this weighty 110,000 word book, and it does weigh quite a bit, this thing. And the other thing is disability in video games. Now, I didn't write all of this, but there's a chapter in here which is all about game accessibility guidelines and what to do with them and whether they are accurate or not, to what extent they're applicable. So what I've done is actually looking at these texts, it's made me realize how many more questions there are than answers, and I'm going to try and unpack a bit more of that this morning. You will be pleased to know, let's see if I can move this. We have frozen on slides, just a second, folks. There we are. The slides of the presentation are available. So if you want to have these on hand, you don't have to, but if that would be helpful, they're at the link or they're at the QR code there as well. It's alexanderhorowitz.com/GaConf, alexanderhorowitz.com/GaConf, and all the slides are on there. So my background is as an audio director, a head of audio, and audio lead for various games. I was on Hogwarts Legacy for a large chunk, and that was whilst I was doing the PhD. I'm now at EA. I started as audio director about a year ago at Criterion, and have now moved into this creative craft director role, looking at ways of working and improving audio, art, animation, narrative, and design. My background is as a composer. I trained as a composer at the Royal Conservatoire of Scotland in Glasgow in the UK, and then did further research and training just down the road on Renfrew Street there at the Glasgow School of Art. And that's where one of the masters in accessibility, or had it touched on accessibility, and then the PhD, which was in game accessibility, was there. I've talked about these texts. That's the PhD thesis, building accessible music-making experiences using video game technologies. And then the other thing was a chapter that I pulled out of the thesis because it was getting too heavy. And that was all about accessibility guidelines. The other thing is a game called SoundTown. This was the third part of that research, essentially, the two texts and then SoundTown. And SoundTown is a one-button game which was made by me with artwork by Karol Studzinski and VO work by my wife, Susanna Horowitz. And it's essentially a one-button game made for children and young people with complex physical and cognitive needs. So the way this all ties together is through the research question, which is a little wordy, and I'm going to break it down. How can video game technologies be used to build accessible music-making experiences for children with complex physical and cognitive needs? Again, a little bit wordy. Let's take it step by step. How can video game technologies, that is hardware, software, Unity, Wise, things like the Xbox Adaptive Controller, so looking at the full range of what's available within video game tech. How can that be used to build accessible music-making experiences? That is music and sound, perhaps, but experiences that might be games, they might be more like toys, but that they're accessible. They're both approachable, accessible, and in some ways easy to use. We'll touch more on that later. For children with complex physical and cognitive needs. Now that seems to align with the medical model of disability a little bit, and it's not quite that. It's just that was the way when I was consulting with schools and charities, they were some of the labels that they used with the children they work with. So let's look at the context then. Establishing the context for the research, where is it situated within a broader field of knowledge? The three main areas are games, music, and accessibility. So if we look at a Venn diagram of those three areas, there is so much that's been written, so much that's been practiced and created within each of those three fields. And some of it goes back thousands of years. What's interesting is the secondary areas. So between games and music, we have music games, things like Guitar Hero, Rock Band, DJ Hero. People play DJ Hero, right? Some diehard fans in here, it's great. But all of that kind of thing, looking at how music and games come together. Accessibility in music, the overlap there in accessible music, things like the skook, brain fingers, looking at instruments perhaps from rock and pop or the Western classical tradition that have been modified or otherwise purposed to make them more accessible. And then finally, the overlap between accessibility and games, that's of course why we're all here and online, accessible games. Now, those secondary areas are really interesting and there's quite a lot written there, but what about in the middle? The overlap between games, accessibility, and music, that tertiary overlap at the center of the Venn diagram becomes accessible music games. And there's actually surprisingly little written about it. There are 3 papers that I found at the time. There's been more since then, but the first one was iGuitar, making rhythm-based music video games accessible using only eye movements. The second one was Blind Hero, enabling Guitar Hero for the visually impaired. And the third one was Finger Dance, a sound game for blind people. Those were the 3 papers that I could find that were specifically to do with music or sound and games and accessibility. So what I was trying to do essentially by situating the research in the center of those 3 areas was trying to find the unique contribution to knowledge that 110,000 word paperweight is actually trying to do. Offshoots from this as well, things like accessible HCI, audio games, musical gesture, instrument design, and music therapy all tie back in, although they're not necessarily a primary focus. So that's the context, but what about the partners? Now, we should all be familiar with the "Nothing About Us Without Us" slogan and mantra, very important, of course, but in practice, what did that mean? Well, I was wanting to pair with organizations that understood that context and understood the people I was trying to work with in the research. The 3 firms were really important here. Hazelwood School in Dumbreck in Glasgow in the UK is a purpose-built school for children with complex needs. It's got this wonderful winding corridor down the center of the school. It's got tactile walls and it's acoustically treated so that children can navigate throughout the school more easily. The Thistle Wing and Annex in Falkirk, again in Scotland and the UK, helped with playtesting and initial ideation. And Memphis are a charity in Leicestershire. And they did lots of work with me in terms of playtesting. And again, this initial ideation and brainstorming, trying to understand the research before I'd gone off and made something, pretending that it met the needs and the wants of a certain audience. So between us, we started to come up with a design ethos. And there were 7 main points in this. There was no fail state in what we wanted to create. So the idea of when you play with a doll's house, you can't lose. A lot of childhood play is actually about being playful. A lot of instrumentation and using an instrument to make music is about being playful. You can't win at piano. You can't win with the doll's house. You can't really win with SoundTown either. It's exploratory. This idea of trying to have children and young people say, what else can I uncover? What can I do? What can I see and hear here? It's approachable, or it should be approachable. Staying clear of, what am I meant to do? I'm lost. I don't understand this. Too often, I find personally that I might be playing a AAA commercial entertainment game, and I wonder what I'm meant to be doing. So if I'm trying to create something which is for children and young people, and especially with complex needs with the firms I was working with, I want to make something that's approachable. Creating cool moments. This idea of, wow, did you see this? This was really amazing. Look at the thing that I did. So not only is it cool, it's a sense of agency, perhaps, as well. Simplifying, avoiding an informational overload, avoiding the idea that this is too much for me, I don't understand what's going on, and I don't want to get involved. Favoring the concrete over the abstract, avoiding this looks complicated. It's tied into simplifying, but the idea of trying to stick with real-world concepts as much as possible. And the final recommendation from these schools and charities was cause and effect. This was a really strong one. Looking at when I do that, this happens. And this is something that they were trying to promote quite a lot with the children and young people that they were working with, to try and say, look at the sense of agency we can build with them. Look at this idea. We're preparing people for life skills as well. This was one of the mantras of those organizations. So then taking that into consideration, looking at the positioning of the research and working with the schools and charities, where do we start with data then? Well, we've got the literature review, the desk side research, looking at libraries, spending a lot of time in the Glasgow School of Art library, looking on Google Scholar as well. So going back to just basic research principles of gathering information. And what I started to do was actually try and find research that was situated in those three main areas in that Venn diagram: music, games, and accessibility, as well as the overlaps, and especially in that tertiary area, that bit where all three were combined. Looking at actually trying to do an analysis or trying to understand that information as it was coming in, I actually opted for printing things out. I wasn't going to read, I think it was 280 papers, the original batch, and it came to about 1,000 pages. And my eyes wouldn't be able to do this on a screen all day. So I thought, well, let's just print this off. I went to a print shop. They said it was £92. I thought I could buy a printer for twice that. And then I got a printer, bought a printer, printed off 1,000 sheets of A4. And this was in September 2019, October 2019. So I figured I'll print off all of these sheets of paper. I'll just read these through. Nothing terrible is going to happen in the world. Happy days. And that became the next couple of months of life and of research, of just trying to ingest this information, trying to understand what had already gone on around me, around the areas I was trying to explore, in order to really understand the material. Once I did that, those categories started to emerge even more clearly. The idea of sorting these papers into different areas of research. So the A tier here would be things that are directly related to accessible music games. That's those three papers I was talking about earlier. The B tier then becomes things like music games, and accessible music. They become the idea of, well, they're not directly related to what I'm trying to do, but they help me understand the positioning of the work. And then the C tier are things like papers about games, music, and accessibility, but as separate categories. And so they're tangentially related, but it might be there's something about a research piece about games which actually informs why we should be making games more accessible for a larger market, because it speaks to the ubiquity of games as a creative medium, or the fact that we should be able to access games more broadly. That then turned into an annotated bibliography. So when I was sat with all of these papers, big stack, I had a box of highlighters and a box of pens. Again, really going back to basics and taking the first paper, reading through, and anything that was vaguely interesting, I would get the highlighter and start attacking the page. And what I then found was I could write little margins, or little notes in the margins rather, and start to build up my own understanding of what this research was trying to say. And by the end of it, I had the big stack of papers sorted into the categories with a pile that weren't really relevant, and lots of highlighted quotes, statistics, and other bits of information. There's an example on screen here from 2011. I've written of this paper, good paper, in caps. It's obviously a very good paper, and it ended up being the thesis quite a lot. But looking at little quotes, things like, in addition to entertainment, games are increasingly used for other purposes such as education or health. That's pretty obvious, but what I'm trying to do is establish a paper trail going back to 2011 and before that to start to build up arguments in favor of accessible music games. So looking at key themes then, what did we initially explore when it came to the research? I say we, I'm in researcher mode. It was me, but we say we, so it's less informal. Models of disability. I think people in this room and online will be familiar with this, but I just wanted to touch on it briefly because it affects where the research is positioned. The medical model of disability posits that in the interaction between person and product, person and game, that the person is at fault, that there is something wrong medically with the person. This came up a lot in the research. Music therapy talks about the medical model quite a lot, or is framed in the sense of the medical model. Things like the Paralympics. There were papers that would talk about musicians who used to be Paralympians, and what they found was interesting is that they didn't necessarily identify as disabled, but they had to in order to take part in the Paralympics, because one has to be medically disabled in order to compete. The social model, on the other side, in that interaction between person and product, posits that the problem or the barrier is with the product. It's the interaction between the person and the product, the person and the game. And my research 100% subscribes to the social model. So looking at how can that interaction between person and product, person and game be made appropriate, be made possible by the game changing and adding new features and taking away features that don't necessarily work for that person. Looking at commercial titles in the current state of accessibility, things like VVVVVV, which is always fun to say. That was from 2010. People played V? A few. Terry Kavanagh, who made this, had put this on Twitter a while ago, and I spoke to him privately as well. And he said the options of V had a customization for game speed and invincibility. And the original release said this may be useful for disabled gamers using one-switch devices. That was the phrasing in the original release. And he said he thought that was a mistake. He said he thought really it shouldn't have said anything about disabled gamers. It could have just said, select a new game speed below. He changed it in retrospect. And he felt like trying to phrase it under some sort of this is who this is meant for wasn't really his position to take. It wasn't his place to make that statement. So there's an interesting idea of how we present options and how we present what the customization is within games to the user. I looked a lot at advocates for games accessibility, both from a grassroots bottom-up level and also a policy-making top-down level. IGTA, of course, Able Gamers Foundation and Special Effect were all really important, just trying to work out their worlds as well, trying to work out what their approaches were, what had worked, what hadn't worked, and again, trying to position all of the research within the industry and within what's been going on. There are also music accessibility organizations. Drake Music Scotland are based in Edinburgh, and they run workshops, accessible music making workshops throughout Scotland and beyond. And the Amber Trust as well, founded by Adam Ockleford. And the Amber Trust, their slogan, Music for Blind Children. They've been working for many years in that area. I was also looking at accessible music making technologies and ADMIs, accessible digital musical instruments. It's always a bit of a mouthful as well. But things like the Skoog and the Skoog 2.0, Brain Fingers, all of these other devices that were made specifically with accessible music making in mind. And so again, trying to look at these different areas, games, accessibility, and music, and finding the overlaps, bringing them all together within the position of the research. Finally, access switches as well, looking at access switches. Now, they've been around for quite some time, but especially when I was starting the research, the Xbox Adaptive Controller had just come out, or was around about just coming out. And so the fact that that had aligned so heavily with the access switch model made it a really interesting field of research there. So looking at frameworks, applying frameworks and how we can make an accessible music game, and specifically, can we actually standardize accessible design? Now, people may have seen this XKCD comic. There's a 3-panel comic on the screen here. The first panel says, situation, there are 14 competing standards. In the middle panel, there are 2 characters. One says, 14, ridiculous. We need to develop one universal standard that covers everyone's use cases. The other character says, yeah. Final panel says, soon, there are 15 competing standards. This happens all the time. And I was very much aware of this going into discussions and research about game accessibility guidelines. There are already lots of great guidelines out there. MediaLT 2004, WCAG in 2008, Game Accessibility Guidelines, which is confusingly named. I call this GAG from now on, the GameAccessibilityGuidelines.com guidelines. And the Xbox Accessibility Guidelines, which the version I was using was in 2020. Now, what I didn't want to do was say we need to develop one set of game accessibility guidelines to cover all the cases. That becomes a bit like the comic. But what I did do was look at, this is again in this disability in video games chapter, a paper called Accessibility by Numbers, a critical review of game accessibility guidelines, looking at what had already been suggested by the existing documents and trying to work out to what extent they were accurate and applicable to existing commercial games. We get a bit data heavy now. The method was as follows. There were 298 questions that came from those recommendations. So each recommendation turns into a question that's applied against an existing commercial title. There were 15 titles across 3 platforms. That makes for 4,470 data points. Each data point is from 1 to 5. So 1 is that the title doesn't fulfill the recommendation, strongly disagree, and the 5 is strongly agree. So what would happen? It would say something like, the recommendation would be, this game should be accessible using only sound. And I would rephrase that and say, this game is accessible using only sound. Strongly agree, strongly disagree. If it didn't apply, it would be not applicable NA. And so these were the 15 commercial titles: Untitled Goose Game, N++, VVVVV, World of Warcraft, The End is Nigh, Kalimba, Kingdom, For Honor, Diablo 3, Forza Motorsport 5, Human Resource Machine, Dungeon 3, RuneScape, Lovers in a Dangerous Space-Time, and The Sims 4. That was fun. And this is some of the data. This is what this starts to look like. So on the screen is an Excel spreadsheet with lots of little tiny bits of text. And each row is a recommendation from a guideline. And then there are columns that say from strongly disagree through to strongly agree. How much do you agree that this game adheres to the guideline? And so for each of the 298 questions across the 15 titles, this type of data is generated. I'll move to the next slide. And on this slide is the aggregate of all of the different games, the 15 columns, one for each game. And down the left-hand side are rows showing each of the different recommendations from the titles. These start to show trends within those recommendations. There is a decreasing relevance of the guidelines, as in there are more non-applicable guidelines over time. So MediaLT in 2004, 4.2% of those recommendations did not apply to the 15 commercial titles. From the Xbox guidelines in 2020, 26.2% of them didn't apply. So as we've actually got more complex and we've developed guidelines further on and games have become more complex, actually less of these are applicable. The difficulties for the game accessibility guidelines.com recommendations were actually well balanced. They delineate these into basic, intermediate, and advanced recommendations, basically easy to hard mode. And as we go from easy to hard mode, the level of fulfillment goes down in the titles and the level of non-applicable guidelines goes up. The personas for the Xbox document, it's broken down into from A to G, or to J, sorry, personas, users without vision, without hearing, with little or no color perception, etc., that they're not all represented equally within the commercial titles. So there is variance there as well. There are clear areas for improvement as well. When we look at all of those 298 recommendations, some of them stand out as being wholly unfulfilled by those commercial titles. Things like audio description, text to speech, speech to text, time limits. All of these are things which aren't very well taken care of within those commercial titles. So then tying this back into SoundTown then, what did we build when we were making SoundTown? Who was it for? It's an accessible one-button music game for children with complex needs. It has 6 mini games that are all navigable with the one button, and the entire game is navigable with 2 buttons, with one for the menu and one for actually playing the games. It's built in Unity, using Wise and using the Xbox Adaptive Controller for playtesting, and AV and analytics capture was built into the application. The art by Karol Studzinski, voiceover by my wife, Susanna Horowitz, and the evaluation of that title, when we look at the game accessibility guidelines and apply those to SoundTown rather than to the 15 commercial titles, actually shows that they're even less relevant for SoundTown because SoundTown has far fewer features. So now we can start to see that the Xbox guidelines, only half of them are applicable to SoundTown. Now, that might seem like a criticism of the guidelines, but it's not necessarily. What it shows is that now half of the effort isn't necessarily needed as such. I can focus on the half of the guidelines that are applicable and look at how to get the scoring means, that is the level of to what sense the game supports those recommendations, just try and get those up. The scoring was generally higher for SoundTown than the commercial titles. So when you compare, again, say the Xbox guidelines, it was between disagree and neutral for the commercial titles. It was between neutral and agree for SoundTown. So we can start to verify that the design decisions were actually appropriate. The difficulties were still balanced across the game accessibility guidelines. That's the GAG document. And for the personas, they were more satisfied, but less applicable, again, for SoundTown. So we can start to actually look at a data-driven approach for this and to say to what extent, in a quantitative sense, that SoundTown actually performs. Playtesting was very difficult in that this was on the tail end of the pandemic, working with vulnerable young children. in environments that they were familiar with, but that I wasn't necessarily familiar with doing play testing in. So the pilot study, that was the initial study, had 5 children. The main study had 12 children, all in individual playtesting sessions from ages 7 to 13, all with various needs. And all of these sessions were supervised by parents or carers or other workers within the schools or within the charity setting, all known to the children. So the evaluation, how that took place to actually determine whether SoundTown was working, whether it was doing what it said it would do and providing those types of experiences for those children, was coming from a combination of points, different data points, observations of players, interviews with the play session facilitators, that is the parents, carers, other staff or support workers within those institutions. So actual interviews there and then doing a transcription and key themes analysis. Audiovisual capture of gameplay. So the fact that the AV capture is built into the gameplay means that we didn't need to record anyone, which again, for an ethical standpoint, is a really solid way to do things. And analytics data as well. So all the analytics data was built into the application. The results, it's quite a lot of results to unpack, but I want to focus on a few main ones, is looking at things like the clicking rate, looking at the level of engagement of children and looking at if we plot against age. So on the screen here, we've got on the x-axis of this graph, we've got the age of the children. On the y-axis, we've got the clicks per minute. We can actually see that as the children get older, they're clicking more. You think, why are they clicking more? And we can start to then compare that to what's being said in the interviews by the facilitators. So why was this child doing this? Why were they doing that? It starts to build up a picture and triangulating from different data points what's going on in the play testing session. In those main study results as well, we can actually look at a lack of interest from the interviews. So when I'm interviewing the facilitators, we're starting to talk about whether there was positive or negative interest, what was resonating with the children, what actually took someone's attention. And there were a number of reports on some of the mini games, Town Mice and Lake Swimmer in particular, where 4 of the children out of that group weren't really interested in that. So it starts again to build up a picture. In terms of key theme analysis, again, the highlighter comes out. And so on the screen here, I've got some quotes from the post-session interviews and things like they came in quite happy, but I think they left the session particularly happy, having enjoyed themselves, very smiley, very excited, etc., etc. And some of these keywords that were coming up, the idea of enjoying themselves, being more energetic, making positive, happy sounds when playing, that again starts to build up a picture of what's going on in those sessions. When we then look at the results as a whole, when we rank each of the mini games by total duration, by total clicks, by the clicking rate, and by the favorites as expressed in the interviews, we can actually see that Berry Forest, which is a game where the bird, there's a bird on this slide which is dropping berries from its mouth, but the bird drops berries from its mouth, it hits the leaves, it's a bit like electroplankton. It all becomes a bit chaotic as well if you start spamming the buttons, quite fun. That was one of the favorites across the sessions, whereas Town Mice, which is a game where the single button opens and closes the umbrellas of mice, and then the raindrops hit the umbrellas and make sounds, didn't have as much interest. And so we can then go back and say what was going on in those mini games to make those more or less engaging for the children. This isn't a plug, but SoundTown's available for free on Steam. It'll always be free. It's essentially a gift to the schools that I was working with and an attempt to give to the community as well. So what are the takeaways for me? Some of the next steps for the research? What are the things that I think are important here? Well, number one is to embrace multidisciplinary work. We had the Venn diagram before, looking at the intersections of games, music, and accessibility. And the strength, at least in my opinion, of this research and of any research like it, is to try and pull information from different places. There are lots of stories and lots of important pieces of research that are in very different fields. And the strength of something like this is to not become too fixed on one particular area, to try and bring different voices from different areas of research together. Second is to establish responsibility. what are the problems here and whose responsibility is it to fix them? So my alignment with the social model of disability is, from the start, is me basically saying, it's my responsibility to make sure that these work. There is no blame other than mine, and this needs to work, and I need to make sure that this is both able to be changed, maybe in the room, maybe offline, but this needs to be able to be developed and grown over time based on the needs of those players. We stand on the shoulders of giants. I was aware of this very rapidly from the start of this, that there is so much work that's gone on before. It would be arrogant of me to suggest that, yes, what I'm doing is a new contribution to knowledge, but it's certainly not wholly original. This is based on the back of so much research that's come before from places like Special Effect, Able Gamers, and IGDA. I recommend we focus on creation, not standardization. There are already lots of fantastic standards out there, and I certainly didn't want to be someone to add to that growing list. Focusing on creating new things and making sure that what we do create is in line with what's been recommended before, where that's appropriate. Generating and exploring data, making sure the data is actually backing up what we're doing here. It's great speaking to people, it's great playing things yourself, but actually starting to look at this quant data and saying, what's actually going on here? How can I minimize bias from what I'm seeing? I think I know what's going on, but what's actually happening? Going through the data. And finally, we come back to the notion of nothing about us without us, looking at the partners we're working with. So Hazelwood School in Dunbrec and Glasgow, the Falkirk Thistle Wing in Scotland and the UK, and Memphis in Leicestershire in the UK, all incredibly important partners. Not only would I not have been able to do the research without them, but actually the quality of the research going through and the endpoint, SoundTown, and the texts that were published wouldn't have been able to happen or be of any quality without them. So that concludes this session. If you, again, need the slides, QR code is on the screen there. I'm contactable through LinkedIn if anyone has any questions. And otherwise, thank you very much for having me.
So I was like, am I going to show up? You had to move the camera so high up. But it's okay. It worked. It's all right. It's okay. We can do between the breaks. Look, when you're 5'4", you got to do what you got to do. 5'4" on a good day. Look, my driver's license says I'm 5'3". I'm already lying about how tall I am. It was really fun watching the Discord during that talk because number one, the amount of people who nerded out about the organization of the papers that you looked up was fascinating. Everyone was like, yes, more of this organizing. And again, a lot of data nerds, everyone being like, yes, data, love, must have. It was absolutely fantastic. It's such a unique way to go through and really execute on what Alexander highlighted about being able to focus on taking information from multiple other areas other than games and being able to learn and apply them. I know that it's so easy for us as game developers to get really stuck in just the gaming space. I mean, the reality is if you work in games, it's because you love games. We're a unique set of developers, right? Like the people who work on Excel don't go home and like rack out on Excel for another 4 hours after work, right? But game devs, most of the time, one of our hobbies is also gaming. And so being able to pause and learn from other areas, both just general accessibility, but other areas and topics that can overlap can be really important and powerful. And so I love that, you were able to not only show how you organize your thoughts beautifully, but also show the data that could come out of doing that kind of research and that kind of thinking, and then the results that you could get out of applying all of that research and all of that knowledge. So thank you so much for your talk. We will have our first short morning break, and we will be back with another live presentation. Thank you. Hello, everyone. All right. So for this next talk, it was actually really funny. In the Discord, there was someone who had commented, wow, maybe if I had better known about some of these accessibility features in games, like maybe I could have kept playing. I had sort of moved away from FPS games because they can make me sick. And then Darren was just like, oh, hey, that's literally the next talk. So as as game developers, we don't want to make our players feel bad or cause bodily harm in any sort of way. But the reality is, sometimes we can, and it's not a good feeling. But we're really lucky that we're going to have this amazingly information-dense talk where we're going to get a lot of great pro tips on how not to make our players sick. So please welcome Darren and Stacy. Thank you, guys.
Hi everyone, I'm trying to make the plushie stick. Is that gonna cover the camera? All right. All right. We're wasting time. Okay, apologies. Irony of ironies. I have vertigo today, so if anything goes wrong, that's why. Anyway, thanks for joining us. As you'll see, vestibular disorders affect a large portion of our player base. This is covering up my notes. How do I move this? Can I move the Zoom? Sorry. All right, let's start again. As you'll see, vestibular disorders affect an incredibly large proportion of our player base. The term vestibular largely refers to players experiencing motion sickness, migraines, and seizures. It's been a long, misunderstood, and underserved area of play safety and access. Our slides have a lot of words, as there's many details to share, but don't worry, we'll read them all out loud. We also haven't included any examples from games, even though we actually know that does make a better talk. This is because we're talking about what makes people unwell, and we don't want to make you unwell. We also don't want to call out any individual games or teams, because we can probably all agree that nobody wants to make players sick. We can't avoid what we don't know, so we're here to share without judgment. And there we go. First, we'll share a little about what vestibular disorders are, then we'll look at the solutions. Next, we'll give you all the triggers as they're key to understanding the solutions. And lastly, the most important settings that you might need for your game. So who is this talk for? Well, it's for almost every discipline, since almost everything in a game can make players sick. The most impactful disciplines are camera, controls, and character, every game design discipline, animation, UI, cinematics, and audio. We're here from our small but mighty accessibility team at Ubisoft. I've been at Ubisoft for 5 years and working professionally in game accessibility for 10 years. I lead the games team where we work transversely in direct support of our projects. I work closely with Stacey, who's right here. They are an amazing accessibility design specialist and they've been with us for 3 years. Now, one of the biggest obstacles to moving accessibility forward is gaps in knowledge. When I joined Ubisoft in 2020, it was clear that we needed a way to close this gap. This began with the first of our benchmarks on control remapping. These are detailed guides on specific design topics for all teams across Ubisoft, bringing game design and accessibility expertise together. These guides are a companion to our QC accessibility checklist. The checklist allows our QC accessibility team to check for the highest priority barriers in our games, but this doesn't provide the solutions or educate developers on the player experience. The guidelines we have across the industry also focus on disability or barrier type. This can be difficult for any individual designer to learn what they personally need to know. Our documentation is meant to bridge these gaps. Really, it's all about getting the knowledge out of our heads and onto paper. The guides need to be flexible enough that the advice can be adapted to any game in any genre, because our philosophy is that game design intentions come first. Accessibility is simply a facilitator to bring these core intentions to all players, regardless of their interaction experiences. Now, in 2022, we began our strategy to build out this knowledge management with purpose. It includes written benchmarks, competitor and industry analysis, and workshops and other learning. Since we're a very, very small team and a very large company, making a significant number of games, we're stretched a little bit thin. So for this reason, we have a philosophy of create as we go. We balance the topics we identify as high impact or priority for our players, along with what is top priority for development teams. When we work with a team on a specific topic, it's a great opportunity to take that work and create full documentation from that. Stacey has been an enormous help over the past couple of years. They've contributed a lot to the work, including our benchmark titled From Epilepsy to Motion Sickness. This document was a true collaboration. It started as a very, very rough brain dump that was a barely usable list of triggers that I created, and it stayed that way until Stacey came along and fleshed it out and finished it up for us. And now we're here together presenting this information to you. Now, generally, we approach our documentation as genre agnostic and focused on a specific area of design or discipline. Examples include color accessibility, contrast, signs and feedback, or controls. We moved away from focusing on players' disability type because when focusing on one group, say, for example, deaf or hard of hearing players, we'll either miss other groups of players that are impacted by the same barriers, we'll have to repeat ourselves, or this approach can even lead to creating conflicting barriers among those player groups. It also isn't very usable for development teams, as that's just not how they work. Games are made with different design disciplines. Our guides need to reflect that. However, vestibular disorders are a little bit of an exception to this rule. And why is that? Well, it is, oh, I went too fast, here we go. It is the largest group of players that experience barriers in games. It spans all disability groups and many non-disabled players. And most importantly, it's caused by triggers across every aspect of a game's design. So it wouldn't work to split it up and approach it any other way. Even so, the document itself is broken down by design area and discipline instead, and as you see, our talk will be the same. In the end, it still follows our core philosophy and approach. So what are vestibular disorders? Well, it's a large umbrella. The main experiences that we consider in this group are motion sickness, which refers to a broad group of symptoms related to a mismatch between motion that is seen or heard and motion that is felt in the body. Migraines are a medical condition with particularly severe headache pain, as well as other symptoms such as nausea, vomiting, dizziness, fatigue, and sensitivity to light, sound, or smell. And seizures are a period of neurological symptoms experienced by a person. Large seizures can lead to physical injuries and loss of consciousness, but smaller seizures can actually be very subtle and really only include sort of gaps in memory and awareness. It's important to note that not all seizures are epilepsy. Epilepsy is a very specific group of seizure disorders, and even though we don't detail them in this guide, regular headaches and other physical illness caused by playing games also fall under our guide for vestibular disorders. If you want to learn more about a wider range of medical diagnoses under this umbrella, we recommend vestibular.org. Now, motion sickness alone can affect anyone at any time. Yes, that's correct. Literally all our players could get motion sick. 1 in 3 people are extremely sensitive. This means that 33% of players are absolutely experiencing motion sickness on a regular basis, likely most of the time they're playing games. Additionally, anywhere up to 100% of players could be impacted, depending on the triggers they're exposed to and external factors around them. I've seen people who swear that they don't get motion sick feel very unwell after playing games with severe triggers. Without a doubt, this is the widest hitting accessibility issue, and the consequences can be even more worse than we realize. That did not make sense, but I hope you understood. So the illness itself can be much more severe than we think. For most people, it starts with a dizzy, nauseous feeling or a headache. Sometimes players won't notice at this point, and if they do, they might push through and keep playing. People's vision can become disturbed, and then they can start to feel very sick. The symptoms can progress very suddenly and without warning to vomiting, migraines, muscle pain, and in rare cases, even progress to seizures themselves. Some people may not even notice all of these individual symptoms, and they will just feel unwell, kind of like they have the flu or something like that. This is usually the people who think they don't get motion sick. Here's some other facts. After someone first becomes motion sick, it's very likely to become a chronic condition. Once it's chronic, it's easily triggered by playing games that can result in random bouts for little or no reason at all, just in someone's everyday. For many people, motion sickness has a first onset during travel, car rides in particular, but also boats, planes, and buses. We suspect that more and more people experience their first symptoms while gaming. Symptoms get more severe with continued exposure, especially if someone ignores the warning signs to keep playing, as players often do, because games are hard to put down. It can be made worse by factors outside of our control as developers, like other illness, fatigue, age, drugs, or even alcohol. Episodes can last for hours or even days after players stop playing. This means we could make someone sick, and then that affects their ability to work or participate in other areas of their life. And it's not just motion sickness. A lot of the things in our games that trigger motion sickness overlap with migraines, epilepsy, and other seizures. Here's some quick statistics. Worldwide, 15% of people have chronic migraines. This means at least one episode a month, often more. An additional 28 to 50% of people will experience isolated attacks with hard to define triggers. That's probably people getting it once a year or so. 8 to 10% of people will experience a seizure in their lifetime. Epilepsy affects a smaller percentage of people. 3% of people aged 20 to 75 have epilepsy, and 1% of people under 20. But the effects are often profound and severe. Even though seizures affect less people, all seizures have a risk of being life-threatening, often due to hazards in someone's environment. People can be at risk for seizures and not even know. This could lead them to unexpectedly experiencing their first seizure playing one of our games. Now, in December 2024, as Ian mentioned in the news update yesterday, the EU General Product Safety Regulations, say that really fast, it's really hard, went into effect. The law states products may only be sold in Europe if there's minimal or no risk to consumers, or follows EU or national standards. Now, the international standard for photosensitivity, just in case you're boring like me and want to look it up, is ISO 9241-391. This doesn't guarantee complete safety, but lowers the risk, so most people with photosensitivity are unlikely to be affected. While tools like the Harding Flash Pattern Analyzer will flag issues for you, it's actually limited to analyzing content after it's been created, recorded, and turned into a video. It is much better to avoid the following things from the get-go. This will lead to creating safer content for photosensitivity, so we should really avoid any sequence of flashing that lasts more than 5 seconds, more than 3 flashes in a single second covering 25% or more of the screen, moving repeated patterns or uniform lines of text covering 25% or more of the screen, and then static repeated patterns or uniform lines of text covering 40% or more of the screen. And obviously, we may have a lot of flashing in games, so that's one thing that's pretty easy to look out for that most people know about. But something else that we see that is very unknown is large portions of the screen with high contrast text that players must scroll through. This is probably the least known seizure trigger. So before we jump into the solutions and triggers for vestibular disorders as a whole, we want to run through some of the top myths we've encountered about these disorders and gaming across our collective decades of work in the games industry. Like many things to do with accessibility, these myths often come from origins in wanting to help people. This is obviously really, really good, and we want to encourage that, but they're often based on hearsay and assumptions, and these things just being repeated. So first up, persistent center dots or reticles don't actually solve motion sickness for most people, especially when the other root causes remain. A visible horizon line likely does actually help more than a persistent reticle, but again, not if the underlying triggers remain. It's not only the camera. Triggers can also exist in UI, lighting, backgrounds, animation, and audio and visual effects. These are often a lot more impactful than we realize. They stack on top of camera triggers and are usually more avoidable. It is not limited to 3D gaming or VR. People get sick playing 2D games, everything from platformers to digital tabletop games. Flashing light warnings don't protect people from seizures. A warning will only work when people know exactly what to avoid in the game or if they already know they're susceptible. It also specifically works to exclude those players and can come across as a message that the game just isn't for them. More rarely, oh, here we go, I messed up the PowerPoint. There we go. More rarely, we've heard some people say that people who get sick playing games just don't play specific games. This isn't true. Gaming is bigger than ever. Players will push through their symptoms to suffer and enjoy their favorite hobby, even when it increases risk for illness. Gaming is simply, today in 2025, the biggest and most collective hobby across the world. It's also a social hobby, and that means whether we're talking about single or multiplayer games, players really don't want to be left behind their friends and communities. So maybe you knew some of these statistics, or maybe you knew some of the impact already, but what do we do about it? Well, as an industry, a lot of our focus has been on options or features for accessibility, but options really should be our last line of defense for multiple reasons, and not just limited to vestibular disorders. This applies to all accessibility. If you've heard any of the accessibility team at Ubisoft talk before, I changed slide, there we go, it's fine. If you've heard any of us talk before, you've probably heard us talk about accessibility by design. Our approach is to try to make games accessible in the core experience without needing to rely on settings or options. For more information on this philosophy, please see the GDC talk at the link in the slide. I also put it in the Discord. An extremely brief summary, 1 hour talk in 2 sentences, is that for all accessibility, we need to be conscious of segregated and inequitable experiences. That is, not matching the intended experience just because somebody is disabled. For motion sickness, migraines, and especially seizures, it can be even more important because we're talking about reducing the risk of initial harm. Most importantly, players may not know they're going to get sick until long after they're exposed to a trigger. By this point, the harm is already done, especially if we trigger a chronic condition. Next, players often don't know what makes them sick or which options will help, and sometimes they're mistaken about what they need. Sometimes we as developers don't catch the triggers, especially if there's something unusual like UI effects. Options may not fully solve the problem, and players may still experience barriers. For example, motion blur settings don't make enough of a difference if the camera movement itself is excessive. Finally, we likely don't have to be so extreme with the effects we have by default. By toning things down just a tiny bit, more players may be able to tolerate some of the effect and never get sick without having to turn them off entirely. Then we can reserve settings for those who are most severely impacted. And we really need to make sure they go far enough, as sometimes settings don't catch everything. So we're going to talk about, is this your turn now?
It is.
I'm just on a roll, I'm sorry. Fun. Hello.
I'm gonna patch in this chair.
No.
Oh, Nick's no. So we're going to talk about what all these triggers are. We've identified a lot through our careers, and knowing's half the battle. So once we know what the triggers are, it's very clear that the approach by design is to avoid or reduce those triggers as much as possible and within reason. So basically the solution, oh my God, Nix, please. You can cuddle Nix. The solution's often the same, just don't do it. But if you must, you need to be careful about how often, how intense, how long, and how many different triggers you have. So the root cause of motion sickness is a mismatch between a person's sense of movement in their body and the audio and visual information that they receive. So their body and their head remain still, but they can see or hear movement. And for gaming, it's directly related to what a player controls. If they're directly controlling the movement they perceive, it's much less likely to make them sick. Motion sickness can also be triggered by the triggers of seizures and migraines, such as flashes, strobing, and other special effects too. Some things will make it worse, meaning it's more likely that someone gets sick and symptoms will be more severe. And we've ordered this relative to the amount of impact that it might have on a person. So first, as more of the visual field is taken up by the trigger, the more likely someone will be sick. Second, when a trigger is significant, it won't matter if the exposure is limited, especially if there are multiple triggers at once. So for example, you've got full screen shake with chromatic aberration and flashing effects all at the same time. Third, symptoms also increase with more inconsistent movements. So things like jolting transitions, camera movement that speeds up and slows down, or even a camera that moves in multiple directions in quick succession. And fourth, longer or repeated exposure. So for example, a player that experiences a trigger every couple of minutes will get much, much sicker than if they were only exposed every 30 minutes. Likewise, experiencing a trigger for more than a few seconds also has a huge impact on players. As you might guess, there are plenty of scenarios in games where all of these things are happening at once.
So if we think back to the root cause of motion sickness, that mismatch between what the player sees and feels, it's clear that there's a significant risk in our cameras. It's our players' view into our game worlds, and there's often a lot of motion associated with it. So here's a rundown on some of the main triggers in camera motion. All movement that's outside of player control. If a player hasn't pressed an input to make the camera move, it can cause sickness. So some examples of this include cameras that move automatically during combat, so things like finishing move or to track enemy movements. Some traversal design also includes auto camera adjustment or auto centering, or even a player character just traversing rapidly over very uneven terrain. And that one's usually a result of how the camera is implemented, especially in third-person games. So it can be a little more complex to solve. However, it can also come about as a design decision for an authored experience during certain moments. And those are the most crucial to avoid where possible. We can also resolve this issue by either having a wider default field of view or allowing players to pull the camera back themselves. We understand from a narrative perspective that close quarters cameras can feel cinematic and more immersive, but the unfortunate reality is the tighter the field of view or distance to the player character, the more likely we must add extra movements to follow the action. Excessive or intense movement will make players unwell pretty much immediately. For example, if we decide to swing the camera around the player character from behind so we can see their face during the finishing move. That also includes repetitive motion. So that's things like screen or camera shake of any kind or head bob in first-person games. Outside of people with certain brain injuries, our brains actually smooth out what our eyes see when we're walking, running, or even in situations like earthquakes. And our brains do this specifically so we don't get sick. So the most natural and realistic view is actually a stable camera. We know that sometimes camera instability, so screen shake or camera sway, for example, is used to increase challenge or to simulate aiming drop-off in first-person shooters. So to retain that increased challenge that we want, we recommend moving the reticle instead of the camera. And finally, multiple camera movements at once. So remembering that triggers multiply. So if we've got a camera that's zooming, tilting, maybe even panning, it's going to be pretty bad all at once. And camera effects are worsened when a player is sitting close to the screen or if they're focusing really hard on a task, such as reading or aiming down sights. So whether it's physical proximity or focusing intensely, this increases how much of a player's field of vision is taken up by the movement. Something that's a little overlooked is the interaction between our game environment and camera movement. So we're talking anything that creates a tunnel effect, such as narrow passages, corridors, and tunnels themselves, especially when moving through these spaces at speed. If they have repetitive patterns like lines or lights on the walls when we're using a tight camera, or if there are objects or textures moving in the opposite direction. And all of this could also be a photosensitive seizure trigger, as it kind of creates those fast moving repetitive patterns too. Many visual effects cause illness, and we need to be especially careful with any that trigger seizures. Obviously, any visual effects that fail epilepsy testing must be removed by default, but we should also try to minimize less intense effects, as they can still cause seizures and sickness, and sometimes they're not so obvious, such as with the game environment. So these triggers include anything that suddenly increases brightness, so things like flashing and flickering, for example, flashbangs, glitching effects, lightning, also bloom, glow, and lens flare. Blur, so that's motion blur, depth of field, and Gaussian blur. Repetitive patterns like stripes and some weather effects with flashing like rain during a thunderstorm. Lens distortions, especially anything that moves out from the center of the screen or affects only the center, because this kind of creates a tunnel effect. Chromatic aberration is an increasingly common effect and used across a lot of games, but it is a significant trigger. Used sparingly for very brief moments, it's not too bad, but we are seeing it more and more as a very repetitive and long-running full screen effect. And then drunk, poisoned, or stun effects that mimic sickness or damage will also cause real illness. And all of this could also include common visual effects like smoke, fire, or other flickering special effects, especially if they take up a lot of the screen and they happen regularly. So avoiding all of these entirely may be unrealistic, but if we can reduce the intensity, how often players experience them, how long they last, and how many happen at once, we're much less likely to make players too sick to continue playing. Many other types of animations can also be a trigger. So whether it's the player character, the weapons, the enemy, the world, or ability animations, if the animations are continuous and they take up a lot of the screen, that's much more likely to make players sick. In first person, animations like weapon bob, sway, swap, or reload. Some magical weapon types can even have very large animations that take a lot of screen real estate, even in third person games. Ability animations, especially any involving lightning, flashing, fire, and more, can also be an issue. And some particle effects may even contribute, especially if they've got movement that creates a tunnel effect or layers with additional triggers like brightness or chromatic aberration. So things like a lot of sparks flying and that kind of thing. Again, as with everything else, even if we don't want to avoid these types of animations entirely, it can just be about making sure they're not too prolonged, severe, or taking up too much of the screen. Something that surprises a lot of development teams is how often our UI design can make players sick. And even at Ubisoft, we've had teams where they were getting a lot of motion sickness in user testing. So naturally, they did everything they could with in-game cameras to reduce this, but without any real impact. And it turned out that it was significant animation effects in the UI that was actually making players sick. So many of the visual effects that we mentioned before also apply here as triggers. So things like moving elements, glowing, flashing, glitching, and particle effects. But one of the most significant triggers that we see often in UI are blurred backgrounds. So this is particularly harmful when there's also movement or flashing behind the UI. So like the worst case scenario is a blurred background that's behind HUD modules. So subtitles, pop-ups, and notifications in game, things like that. And it's particularly dangerous when it's a persistent module. This blurred background exaggerates the movement of the camera in that area, which is often in a player's periphery, all while players need to focus and read text at the same time. And a nice side effect of avoiding blurred backgrounds for sickness is that it also increases readability for everyone, especially those with reading disabilities like dyslexia. Pages or UI elements with large, bright backgrounds create a flashing effect when they're opened. This is a seizure risk. Likewise with full white screen transitions between cutscenes or cinematics. Even when a full white or bright screen fades in slowly, it can cause migraines and eye strain. Obviously for text, we do want things to have good contrast, but too much contrast can also be an accessibility issue. As with everything else, it's all about finding that balance. Animations behind text or UI elements can again make players sick and make it more difficult to read and focus. So a common example is we'll often have the player character in our menus in an idle animation. And lately we've started to see the use of full 3D cameras in menu backgrounds with kind of panning transitions too. Parallax in menus is a similar trigger, as well as animated transitions that slide or zoom in and out. Menus that have shifted perspective or a 3D design, especially things like when they've got one end narrower than the other, that can cause a lot of disorientation and it makes the text harder to read. Animated text can be a big motion sickness trigger, so if we can reduce that by design, that's great. We can also allow players to skip to the end of the text animation with a button press, like in many Nintendo games. Any text animation that we do have should be very short, and text should remain on screen and be static until players dismiss it. That way they've got time to read it while it's not moving. So as you can see, there's a lot to consider in our UI. Our players could actually be getting so sick using the menus that they're not able to play the game at all, which sucks. Audio is another area that we might not think about when it comes to motion sickness, but there's some key things to look out for. So any audio movement, so audio that moves in a different direction to the camera, or audio that pans can make players sick. So we should try to make sure that any 3D audio or stereo movement matches what the player sees by design, if we can. And then unusual, uncomfortable, or overwhelming sounds like crushing or scraping metal and tinnitus effects can all make players sick, cause headaches, migraines, or other neurological issues. So we should use these sounds sparingly and in very short bursts. So while reducing a lot of the triggers for illness is the best approach to avoid making players sick entirely, it is still reasonable to want to use some of these effects some of the time, right? And when we do, allowing players to adjust from the default experience is essential. Remember, no one wants to make players sick. So here's some of the most important settings to consider. Again, everything's going to be in the slides, so I know it's a lot of information. Your game might not need all of these settings. It really does depend on the design. So in controls, camera, and animation, we have adjustments for sensitivity and acceleration, allowing players to turn off auto follow and lock on aim in camera. In camera movements, turning off screen shake, camera shake, handheld motion, head bob, and auto camera panning and tracking during combat or gameplay. Finally, in animations, allowing players to turn off or skip weapon bob and any UI motion, including subtle effects on elements. Then for visual effects and graphics, we have the following: turning off or limiting flashing or flickering, repetitive patterns, lens distortion, chromatic aberration, drunk or poisoned effects, and lens flare. And also allowing players to adjust graphic settings, so things like field of view, motion blur, depth of field, lighting bloom, frame rate lock, performance modes targeting stable 60 frames per second, and brightness and contrast. And providing these graphic settings on console as well as PC is really important. Historically, many of them have been PC only, but we are starting to see that change. So while some of the UI triggers we'd recommend avoiding entirely, so things like blurred backgrounds over the moving game world, there are others that may be considered less severe and still important for art direction. So in these situations, here's some settings to think about. So allowing players to turn off parallax, animations, motion, chromatic aberration, and other visual effects like glitching. Adjustments for background opacity are important, as are allowing players to turn off animated text and other text motion. Finally, promise this is the last one. When it comes to audio, the more granularity that we've got in volume sliders, the better. We could really think about how to categorize more sounds on a lower level. So this also helps players experiencing other sensory barriers as well as blind players. Allowing players to reduce the audio range between the loud and the quiet helps as well. If we know we have sounds that players will be exposed to that might cause illness or other problems, we can look at limiting aspects of those sounds. So we can dull them, turn them off, or adjust them in some other way. And a big shout out to Horizon Forbidden West for this approach with their machine sounds. So settings will always be a great tool to address genuine variance in player experiences. But for options to be truly effective, we need to make sure that they're discoverable and players understand how much they'll help them. So we can present them during boot flow or what we call first-time user experience. We need to describe them well, and we should also be explicit in how these settings will help players. Lastly, we can also consider a preset for motion sickness and migraines that turn certain settings on or off and set the safest level of any adjustments. If you do offer a preset, also allow players to customize the settings within the preset to their liking. We can also think about going further, like in Nier Automata, which had an NPC in the first gameplay area that explained which modules the Android player character should use if they have problems with their motion servers. I'm going to hand back over to Darren and Nick.
Okay.
Oh, thank you so much.
Okay. Oh, my voice is going. Okay, so we're out of time. This quite seriously. Sorry, Tara. This topic is a huge one to cover, and we pretty much speed ran it. We know it's a lot to take in, but so please find the slides at the link shared here. I also added it to the Discord. And thanks to GaConf for recording these talks to be rewatched later at half speed because we talk fast. Here's some takeaways. Consider how players interact with and move through our games and the game world. Avoid or reduce as many triggers as possible by design, especially for any triggers that overlap with seizures. Try to get familiar with those ones first, as the risk and impact is very high. Reduce the frequency, duration, real estate, or intensity of the trigger. Be aware of how many triggers players are exposed to in any given sequence. Try to match what the player sees, hears, and feels wherever possible. Then finally, create a safer experience for settings or options where appropriate. 2 final points. I promise these are the last 2. Learning which triggers cause illness allows us to reduce harm, which ultimately increases fun, and it means players can play our games and safely for longer. And lastly, we can't stress this enough, it's not just about your players, it's about you and your colleagues too. It's extremely common for developers of all disciplines to suffer from motion sickness and migraines while working on games. Playing our games in progress is a necessary part of everybody's job. We as developers are getting sick every day at work. We hear regularly how often people are afraid to speak up about it. Instead, we suffer in silence for fear of rocking the boat or looking like we can't handle the job. Again, many don't know exactly what is causing their illness, so they don't know where to begin making suggestions for change, even if they were welcome to do so. So let's see what we can do as an industry to make it acceptable to speak up when we're made unwell by our work. Thanks for having us and learning with us.
I want to thank them so much for giving that talk because, you know, not a lot, there are things in there that, you know, some of us in this room, we could easily identify as like, yes, that is a known trigger. But, you know, even in the Discord, there are people realizing, oh my God, I was getting sick in Stardew Valley because of the buzzing of that bug down in the mines. And that's just an example of, you know, exactly what was mentioned at the beginning of the talk. Players don't always know what is causing their issues. So we actually had people watching this talk in real time, realizing some of the discomfort that they were experiencing and the source. As someone who does get motion sickness, I also want to call out at the very end, like I have been the coworker who literally moved on from, you know, teams that I loved because it's like, wow, we are working on something where I literally am just nauseous all the time. And like, that is not a great work environment. So, you know, you end up leaving because it's, you know, no one likes to vomit at work. And I will also make the special request of please don't use your coworkers as the, hey, we think we fixed this. Does this make you sick still? Also not a great experience. No one wants to be that guinea pig. All of the information, there was a lot, is already pinned in the Discord. So if you need to reference anything, it is already there. You can click that link now. So thanks to our mods for getting that pinned. And so with that, we have come to our first break, bigger break of the day. And so we will have just under a half-hour break, and we will see you on the other side. Thank you. All right, hello everyone. Welcome back. I hope you all had a great break. So for our next talk, I'm really excited to have Cameron come and be able to, and I absolutely love that TLDH, too long didn't hear, too loud didn't hear. Wait, what did? Both? Um, uh, and really be able to give, you know, this great primer on the experiences of deaf gaming and the solutions that they need to have an accessible experience. And so with that, Cameron, please come kick it off.
Hello, hopefully you can all hear me. Must be nice. My talk is TLDH, Deafness in Gaming. I'm Cameron Akett, but more about me in just a moment. Oh no, it's not working. It's working. Okay, so our quest log for today, we're going to be starting off with a little bit about PSS, PlayStation Studios Accessibility and Inclusion, including my favorite topic, me, but then more broadly, our team and what we do. We're then going to talk a little bit about deaf people, unpacking some key vocabulary, understanding who we are, we live amongst you, and kind of mapping deafness onto a bit of a spectrum. And then lastly, we're going to talk about accessible games, so some deaf experiences, what we can do to design for deaf and hard of hearing players, and then lastly, sort of answering the question, why aren't subtitles maybe always enough? So to begin with, for PlayStation Studios Research Accessibility and Inclusion, a little bit about me. As I've said, my name is Cameron Akett. My sign name is the Live Long and Prosper hand gesture from Star Trek. I am deaf, but as you can tell, I use English fluently. I also sign British Sign Language and use sign-supported English too. Prior to my role at PlayStation Studios, I was an accessibility consultant for 5 years, and I was doing this alongside being a teacher with 11 years broadly as a teacher and the last 7 years being a teacher for the deaf. So I specialized in teaching deaf and hard of hearing children within a hospital setting specifically. I joined Sony Interactive Entertainment in January 2024, and in my role, I support PlayStation Studios across Europe and Japan. To give you a bit of a sense of some of the teams that I work with the likes of Guerrilla Games, Team Asobi, our India Hero projects, Housemarque, XDev, Nixus, Firesprite, The Wonderful Media Molecule, Polyphony Digital, and our China Hero projects as well. So I am quite busy. But I am not an island. I exist as part of a wonderful accessibility and inclusion team, part of PlayStation Studios Research. I have my manager, Mark Friend, who's our senior manager of accessibility and inclusion. He's also in the audience with us, so I'm on my best behavior. We also have the amazing Greg Haynes, who is my counterpart out in the US, supporting our North American developers as senior accessibility researcher. And then I round off the team here based in Europe. So what do we do? There are sort of two tracks to our role as a team. The first half is supporting PlayStation Studios' first-party developers and partners. So this could be strategic work and framework building, such as, how do you put a champions group together at your studio? We advocate and educate, helping to inform developers of different accessibility needs and considerations. We support those developers then with problem solving, the things that they're encountering, and we then work directly with our own champions groups as well. The second half of what we do is we support the user research team at PlayStation Studios. This might be linking them up with accessibility consultants to come in and speak about lived experiences, helping to recruit participants with disabilities to come in and do rounds of user research, and also undertaking accessibility tests and evaluations ourselves, whereby studios will send builds to us, we'll play them for several days, and then write up an evaluation of some of the blockers that we believe that they need to be addressing. And so, moving on to deaf people as a group. So some key vocabulary for us to unpack for those who might be unfamiliar. Oftentimes when you see deaf written with a capital D, we're looking at more of a culturally deaf model. So these are members of my community who deafness is not a disability. It is a cultural facet of who they are, and an indelible one at that. It might be that they use British Sign Language, for example. They may be oral, they may come from a deaf family, they may have gone to deaf school and done deaf sports, things like deaf badminton. But deafness is a cultural component and is in no way seen as a disability. In instances where we see deafness written with a lowercase d, we're referring more to the medical view of deafness. There are still many people within the community who identify more this way, that deafness is a condition to be remedied. In these instances, people may be more oral, that is to use the spoken language of their country as opposed to the signed language of their country. And they may use amplification like hearing aids, cochlear implants, and so on. The last term you might see is hard of hearing. So this generally describes people with a more mild to moderate hearing loss. Could be as a result of being deafened because of environmental factors or because of age, may use amplification like hearing aids, and usually tends to be oral. But interestingly, a lot of hard of hearing people express an interest in learning sign language, which I think is great. So we can also map deafness onto a bit of a spectrum with hard of hearing on one end on the left and deaf on the right-hand side. I've put together, that was too fast. I've put together some personas loosely based on my own experiences, but the experiences of my deaf friends. And we sort of mapped them into this sort of spectrum. So on one hand, we might have someone like Mike the Mage, who has a moderate hearing loss, is oral, so speaks the oral language of his country, uses hearing aids, has a hearing loss as a result of environmental factors, and possibly aging as well. We then might have people like Helen the Hero, somewhere in the middle, maybe with a more severe hearing loss, still oral, but also signs as well. But might sign, for example, use what we call sign-supported English. That's to say that we take the vocabulary of BSL, but we sign it in English word order. Helen struggles with reading, uses a cochlear implant, and was born deaf. And then lastly, we might have people like Anas the Adventurer, who is profoundly deaf and is a BSL user, struggles with reading English because English is not his first language, doesn't use any amplification, and was born deaf as well. We can also think about this spectrum as the degrees to which these people have access to different ends of either wanting to focus more on access to sound versus accessing more visual information as well. So for hard of hearing people and people like myself, there's maybe more of a greater utilization of audio feedback. We use oral languages, and access to sound is actually still a really important consideration. On the other side, we're having more of a greater access and utilization of visual information and feedback, and a greater emphasis on signed languages over oral languages. And this split is quite important, and I don't think everyone always considers that access to sound is actually still a very important consideration for many hard of hearing people. So some key takeaways. People come into their deafness in lots of different ways and from different perspectives that fundamentally shape. There we go. That shape the way that we view ourselves, and they also shape the way that we engage with our accessibility needs and the tools that we require. Access to sound is still an important consideration for many deaf and hard of hearing people. The literacy levels in the deaf and hard of hearing community mean that subtitles and captions don't fully support everyone all the time, even if English is their first language, and then especially in instances where English is not your first language because you are a signer. And then, of course, sign language needs to be understood as the first language, and in many instances, the home language for many deaf people. So, developing accessible experiences for deaf and hard of hearing players. In my conversations with developers, we often talk about accessibility as being barrier-free or by removing barriers where possible. And barrier-free is understood to be sort of more accessible by design, whereas removing barriers is more to do with sort of settings and so on. We often visualize this with our developers new to accessibility by understanding the idea of curbs being physical access barriers. So the image on screen is a curb showing a physical block. And there are sort of tools that developers can use to remedy this barrier. We can go for the barrier-free approach, which is the ideal and the best way to do it, as mentioned in the previous talk. So you could introduce, for example, a drop curve to make this an accessible, more accessible experience by its design. But there may be instances where this is not a viable solution, and so you may want to rely on settings to remedy the barrier instead. You could think about this with the addition of like a ramp, for example, to aid with the navigation. And I reinforce these two concepts as well with if something's sort of barrier-free by a pencil on the cog, and if it's removing a barrier just through the cog by its own. And then the last way I'm going to try and visualize these experiences is through the diagram up on the screen at the moment. So there's a player icon in the middle with a yellow ring around the outside that says player experiences. These are the intended things that we want the player to have, but they might also be things that the player brings to the table. And then we've got barrier free and a blue ring around the outside and removing a barrier as well. These are some of our tools. So we're going to start with Mike the Mage. So Mike enjoys role-playing games, can mostly follow dialogue with hearing aids, but struggles to tell some of the spells and attacks apart, so doesn't always counter them reliably or consistently. Is pretty tired by the end of the day, and so experiences listening and concentration fatigue. And so plays games in a tired, exhausted state and at the end of the long day. Some core experiences that Mike wants to engage with is, of course, going to be able to follow the story of the games, and we could support this through, of course, the use of subtitles and captions, but also through the use of things like dialogue focus, and I'll go into these in a few more details in a moment. For accessing combat, of course, we could think about audio cue design so that these are really distinctive and are easy to pick up on. And we could think about helping to manage a sense of concentration and listening fatigue through sound effect sliders as well. And I'll go into a few of these examples in a bit more detail now. So in this example of a barrier-free experience of combat, we're looking at audio cues and audio cue glossary. This example is taken from God of War Ragnarok by Santa Monica Studio, and it shows a screenshot of the audio cue glossary from that game with some examples like axe cue, blades cue, and so on. Great audio design is a really fundamental aspect for deaf accessibility for many hard of hearing players. Really distinctive audio cues can be really helpful for knowing when to engage in certain parts of combat. And I like this example from Santa Monica Studios because you're able to replay these sounds in a glossary to give you more of a sense of that acoustic soundscape, so you can help train for what you might be listening for if you're struggling. Another example of removing a barrier and helping to manage listening and concentration fatigue could be SFX controls and sliders. This example is taken from Returnal by Housemarque, and it shows a screenshot of the audio menu in the settings with options for master volume, music, dialogue, SFX, and controller speaker for the DualSense. This could be really useful for someone like Mike, who at the end of a long day, managing listening concentration fatigue, might want to decrease, for example, the game's music to make some of those audio cues more distinctive. So giving Mike more control over the acoustic landscape that he's engaging with. And lastly, another example from Returnal by Housemarque could be the introduction of systems like dialogue focus. This screenshot is taken from their settings menu and says on the right-hand side, increase the clarity and priority of dialogue in the game mix. This will attenuate any other sounds when dialogue plays. Attenuate in this sense means that when there is dialogue playing, other game sounds are brought down. So there is an emphasis on speech sounds that Mike would want to be able to access. And so we're going to look at the second of the personas, Helen the hero. Helen likes hero shooters, uses a cochlear implant, but often takes it off when tired. I'm the same with my hearing aids. Helen can struggle to tell who is always talking, and so doesn't always consistently hear sounds around their character, especially during fights. Helen also has deaf voice and worries that teammates won't understand her, so prefers not to use voice chat. A key experience for Helen is going to be to engage in the experience of teamwork and working alongside teammates. So we might be thinking about systems like ping wheels, aiding communication, using speech to text, and possibly even chat presets as well. Another core experience we need to make sure that is accessible is combat. This might be thinking about how we communicate wider team fight progress. So if Helen is not able to see what's happening, they can still get a sense of how the team fight is going as to whether engage or to withdraw. And of course, importantly, we can think about sound visualization and making that accessible for Helen. So again, picking just a few examples from here. Barrier-free experience of combat might be using sound visualization. This example is taken from Fortnite by Epic Games. We see in the screenshot there was a sound wheel placed in front of the characters with some icons mapped onto it. Notably, up at the top, there's a footsteps icon. And this denotes the presence of sound footsteps being triggered in the game, and it's being represented. Interestingly and wonderfully about this, the closer the footsteps are, the more intense the icon moves to give you a sense of proximity. And because this is mapped into a wheel, you have a sense of location around your character. Is this coming from in front of me? Is this coming from behind? And this could be a great tool for visualizing sound for players like Helen. Another way of removing a barrier could be teamwork through speech to text. Now, I can't guarantee the quality of team-based communication, but we can think about transcribing what is being spoken in party chat to text. The screenshot up on the screen is from the PlayStation 5's accessibility menu and just shows the chat transcription option, which could be a useful way for Helen, who, though not engaging in party chat, to still be able to stay up to date with what teammates are saying. I'm sure it's in no way inflammatory. And lastly, a barrier-free experience of teamwork could be the introduction of, say, ping wheels to aid in communication between teammates. There are loads of really wonderful examples out there. I've taken this one from Helldivers 2 by Arrowhead. And in it, we see a wheel in the center of the screen with several icons around the outside, for example, thumbs up and thumbs down. Ping wheels can be a really effective tool for communicating your needs and your current state, to receive that information from your teammates as well, and maybe to acknowledge that they need support, or to communicate that you need help. Importantly, you can also use it to draw attention to events that are happening around you, so you can get support if you need, or if you've just seen something really, really cool. And lastly, we have Anas the Adventurer. Anas likes action adventure games, is a signer, so English is Anas's second language. Anas can struggle to keep up and understand everything that appears in captions. Anas doesn't use amplification, so relies on visual cues and information. But sometimes there is a lot of visual information, and experiences in the deaf community what we call visual noise. There's just too much visually going on, and therefore makes it hard to focus. Some core experiences for Anas, of course, following the story. We've spoken about subtitles and captions being really important, but could we make those persistent? If Anas pauses the game, can we leave them on screen to give Anas time to clarify the meaning of unfamiliar words, to give time to read at his own pace, for example? Can we make the cinematics replayable, so you can go back and revisit story content if you need? Or even better, could we introduce sign language into the game so that important story information is being communicated in Anas's first language? Of course, with combat, we should think about sound visualization, as we've seen before. And for helping to manage a sense of visual noise, there are a few ways that we could think about this. One might be scalable visual effects to be able to take out the intensity of some things, or thinking about decreasing the size of UI elements or removing some bits that just don't really feel that useful. Similarly to this, we could also think about using UI keyword highlighting to draw attention to important bits of information, thinking of that idea of at a glance being able to get key information. I will go into a couple of examples now. So in this example of a barrier-free experience of managing visual noise, we're looking at some UI keyword highlighting. The screenshot is from God of War Ragnarok by Santa Monica Studio. And on the right-hand side, we have an image of Kratos, and we're inspecting the item, the dragon scale breastplate. There's quite a bit of information on screen, but what really stands out is that there are some words highlighted in yellow that immediately draw our attention. The words in yellow are blocks and parries, followed by strength with an icon representing a fist, and defense with an icon representing a shield. This is especially useful for maybe managing a sense of visual noise, because at a glance, we're drawn to some really key information that we need to know about the use of this item, specifically that blocks and parries are going to relate to strength and defense. Also really, really good about this example that the icons are repeated elsewhere, so we have a really consistent visual language in communicating these to a player like Anas. Staying with God of War Ragnarok, an example of removing a barrier to following the story is subtitles and captions, but robust subtitles and captions. And I'll explain what I mean by this. In the screenshot, we see Kratos, and there is a subtitle at the top that is being spoken by the character Mimir. Mimir has a color that you can apply to the speaker name to make it more distinctive. There's also a directional indicator to the left, indicating that Mimir is off screen while speaking. This is useful for Anas to know that the current person isn't on screen that's communicating. And Mimir is asking brother. Underneath captioned, we have that Kratos is heavily breathing. This is important for the environmental storytelling. Is something about to go down? Is he just come fresh from a fight? Is something about to happen in the story? And then importantly, and I think as a fantastic example from this, we also caption the state of the game's music, because we use music a lot in our games to communicate different things, especially if combat is about to start or if it's ended. In this instance, the music is being captioned as a sudden silence. So we know that perhaps something is about to go down. Perhaps a man with a giant hammer is about to drop in through our roof. I can't say. And lastly, I would be remiss to talk about an accessible experience for players like Anas without talking about sign language in games. The example on screen is a GIF that's running on repeat from Forza Horizon 5 and shows a plane being dropped from an airplane hangar onto a road. The bottom right-hand side, a deaf actor is interpreting what is being spoken by the narrator at that time. This is an especially useful consideration for players like Anas, whether their first language is British Sign Language or American Sign Language. You are storytelling in someone's first and native language, thereby making that a more accessible experience. For players like Anas, this is really useful if you want to be able to follow along with what's being said. Accessing any content in a language that isn't your first language, much less one that you don't actually speak, you've only ever had access experience of reading, and that may not have been a very positive experience at that, stacks up. So sign language becomes more and more important. But when I talk about sign language a lot, I often get comments and people sort of asking, well, can't deaf people read? And I like to sort of respond with, can't hearing people read Dutch? And it drives a lot of people away, so I normally don't have to explain any further. But I'm going to expand a little bit. I'm also going to try and pronounce some Dutch. I can only apologize in advance, everyone, but we're on this journey together. But firstly, it's dangerous to go alone, so I'm going to go through this with you. We're going to borrow sort of my levels of hearing, so I'm so sorry. We're going to borrow sort of my vision for this exercise, and we're going to borrow some of my experience and knowledge. I dated a Dutch guy for 9 months about 10 years ago, and I knew that would come in handy. So long-term planning at its finest. So let's go through this example together. There is a Dutch sentence up on the screen that I'm going to butcher, but it broadly says, "Mijn kat zit op de mat in de deur en staat naar Honda." Now, at first glance, what's he talking about? Let's consider firstly that English and Dutch share about 40% of their vocabulary through Anglo-Saxon, which would have been handy to know 10 years ago. But at a glance, using what I can hear, what I can see, and kind of what I know, a few words stand out already. Kat and mat feel very similar to the English words cat and mat, so I can pull these out. Zit feels very similar to sit, so cat sits mat. We're on a journey. I'm going to go on a whim and guess that in could possibly be in English. And then stretching my ability further from those 9 months, mine sounds like the English word mine, sort of to belong to me. So I'm going to guess that could be my. My cat sits mat in. Or deur, maybe door if you vowel shift it enough. Similar with Honda, I'm going to guess not the Japanese car manufacturer based on the sentence. Could be hound in English if you think about it a bit, so maybe there's a link. Star, maybe stare, but we are pushing the limits of my knowledge here. And I'm just going to guess that de could possibly be there, but I don't actually know. We've just been through cognitive gymnastics together, and this was a tiring experience. And we know some of this language because most of us speak some degree of English, so it's vaguely familiar. But let's keep in mind, everyone, that you've been utilizing both my hearing, my knowledge, and my levels of sight here. So more on this end. But if we're thinking about someone like Anas, for whom, again, English is not his first language, it is sign language, then we have to revisit that entire experience. And if we revisit honestly, we have to remove a lot of context. So Anas approaching this sentence is more likely to be left with perhaps cat, sits, mat, in. And I think if we're being really honest with ourselves, cat with a K and sit with a Z could be mistaken for other things. So fundamentally, at a very base level, we might assume that you all here could pick out maybe mat and in from this sentence. Is this how we want to communicate with deaf people whose first language is sign language? Fundamentally, though, conference, is this how you want to be understood? Because this isn't accessible. So, a definite way forward. That gets used a lot in the deaf community. Honestly, it's done to deaf. So sorry. It's almost over. So, deaf accessibility is more than just thinking about sound. We're managing senses of concentration and listening fatigue, visual noise. We need to think about literacy rates as well, and language deprivation, which I could talk about for hours in and of itself. We need to understand the experiences of deaf and hard of hearing players to make sure that the experiences that we intend are received as they should be. This means working with deaf and hard of hearing consultants, of course, using recruiting deaf and hard of hearing participants for rounds of user research, but also thinking that we have accessible methods of data collection. There is no point in inviting a sign language user to test your game if you then ask them to fill out a form in English at the end of it. No point. We need to understand going forward that sign language sits at an intersection both of accessibility, but also localization. It is someone's first language. And perhaps slightly grimly, gamers are an aging population. And as such, many will come to experience hearing loss during the course of our lives. Recent data from the UK shows that just over half of people aged over 55 experience hearing loss, and this increases to 80% at 70. So if nothing else, we need to make sure that we future-proof our titles for ourselves so we can continue to enjoy them. That's the end of my talk. Thank you very much, everyone.
Exit stage right. Wait. What? Okay, well, it's fine because I'm only recapping. For the internet folks, what just happened is I think our computer output into the room just crashed. So the screen went blank. It's fine. We definitely don't have that computer up on I think they're kickstands. I don't know what it is. You know, what I loved about that talk was honestly trying to think because the Discord was popping up. So at the beginning, one of the things that I loved was just clearly defined was the difference between big D, little d deaf. Because there were a lot of people who did not know the difference or had thought the difference was actually tied to if you had ever had hearing or if you had lost your hearing. And, you know, that could impact which community you feel you belong to, but it isn't, you know, the cultural ramifications around on big D deaf. It's Ian's laptop displaying to the room if you haven't figured that out yet, by its name being on the screen. But, you know, there are so many things that we can do to think about and empower deaf players. And, you know, there are going to be things that we have to think about. I mean, I can remember the first time so one of our staff for the American event, his name is Michael, he is deaf, and we would go to play games together all the time. And we would do a lot of late night gaming sessions with a few drinks. And you know what? The speech to text did pretty good when I started. But after a few drinks, for some reason, it got less and less accurate at what I was saying. It definitely probably wasn't related to the number of drinks I'd had at all. But going to play Apex Legends with him and just being able to use the ping system, like revolutionized, like being able to play, because now we could use that to communicate, and it made a huge difference. And so when we think about gaming and enabling these experiences, about empowering our deaf players, like games are part of our culture. And if we want big D deaf culture to include gaming, we have to make sure we're inviting them to our space and making sure that it's for all of us. So I want to thank Cameron for that amazing talk, and we will be back after some quick tech updates with our panel for this morning. Thank you. All right, we are back. We have swapped laptops in the room. You know, we're making it work. So, as I mentioned yesterday, every GaConf we always have two panels. One from the view of players and the other from the view of developers. And so today's panel is from our UX designer and developers who they had so many amazing things to say, and they did in fact go over on time. And so this is a heads up that this talk will go over, so plan accordingly. And then we will do something similar to what we did yesterday, where we'll cut breaks in the afternoon, just a few minutes short to make back up on time, so that we can still get a full hour of lunch, because we are not going to be cutting lunch short. Absolutely not. And so with that, I will kick off our panel. Thank you.
All right. Well then, hello everyone, and welcome to our UX panel on building accessible player experiences. My name is Jordan DeVries, and I will be your moderator. I am the UI UX director on the Star Wars Jedi series over at Respawn Entertainment, and I am joined by three fellow excellent accessibility advocates and UX practitioners. So let's go ahead and meet them. Let's start with Chloe Hodgson.
Hey, so I'm Chloe, or people call me Oe. I use any pronouns, and I'm a young-looking white person with a round face, and my head is very closely shaved at the moment. I'm a freelance UX designer and consultant, so I've recently gone independent after previously working at Ubisoft and Atomfall, and I've also done some academic research specifically into accessibility for autistic children. But yeah, I'm now doing short and long-term UX things for different clients.
Thank you so much, Chloe. All right, next up, let's meet Joost Peters.
Hello everyone, my name is Joost. I work for Massive Entertainment, which is part of Ubisoft. I am a senior UX designer over there, and over there I worked on Avatar Frontiers of Pandora. I worked on Star Wars Outlaws. My pronouns are he, him. I look like a typical nerd with glasses and a beard, and I'm wearing a Star Wars Outlaws cap. And that's me.
Amazing. Thank you, Joost. And last but certainly not least, Sierra Leishman.
Hello, I'm Sierra. I'm Accessibility and UX Design Manager over at Hyperliminal Games. I've been working in and around the games industry for around about 14 years, mostly in indie development studios and largely in UX UI design-based roles. I joined Hyperliminal about 4 years ago, and I've been a large part of the process for building accessibility into our development pipeline, starting with our original IP project, Pine Hearts, which launched last year.
Thank you so much, Sierra. All right, our first topic for today is when considering accessibility for games, what do we think should be done in game design versus in other aspects like settings menus? Joost, do you want to take it away?
Yeah, so I think there's a bunch of baseline accessibility features that should always be considered to be part of the design. So that would be things like color blindness, anything to do with low vision, anything to do with motor disabilities, cognitive load, text size, stuff like that should be standard in my opinion. These should always be considered because lots of players benefit from this, even players who would not normally consider themselves in need of accessibility features. So I think that's just always good practice for doing that. And then in my opinion, where settings come in is you can add settings to gameplay features to allow players to customize their experience because everyone has different wants, everyone has different needs. And settings are really good for allowing players to just adjust the game so it's more comfortable for them. I'm a big believer in video games should be for everyone and they should be adjustable to your specific the experience that you want to have. And you know, on Star Wars Outlaws, we knew, for example, that we were going to have mini games, but we did not want those to be a barrier for anyone. So we allow you to disable them, or we allow you to simplify them, and that allows you to adjust the experience to your needs, which is, my preferred way of doing things.
Yeah, I'm really glad that you mentioned color as a classic example. Using dual and triple encoding, especially on the more UX side of things, whether we're presenting any kind of information, that is to say, use color and an icon, or use color and a sound, or use color and a brightness value to communicate information. That is a great way to just set a table stake of saying this is part of the inherent design, and so that you're never creating an accessibility challenge later by over relying on just one way of communicating. Yeah, and that's just a fantastic way of setting that up. I'm trying to think of anything that I would only ever want players to do in settings. I think certain aspects like high contrast mode, for example, that's a classic example where that is really, really helpful for players who need that contrast, but that can actually make it harder for some other players to play depending on how it's implemented. I do think that there are probably is a realm of things that you would only want to have exposed in settings.
Yeah, and like the worry with settings is always that will a player actually go looking for a setting if they think they need it? Because some players might not do that, and they might miss the fact that there is a setting that could make the game better for them, which of course is why we also have, in major AAA games, we now have a thing called the first time user experience, which is basically a bunch of settings that get presented to you at the beginning of the game the first time you boot it, and you get to make a bunch of choices there, which should form the basis of your experience from the beginning. And it means that a bunch of settings that might otherwise be missed should go in there so that players see them the first time they boot the game, to reduce the chance of them potentially missing them. And for example, like menu narration goes in there because someone who needs menu narration needs to enable that from the beginning of the game. And if it's not enabled for them by default, or they can do it in that menu, they would have to go digging through a menu, which is like a huge problem anyway to do that. If you need menu narration and you don't know where to find it, how do you enable it, right? It's a big problem. And that's where settings are, and like first time user experience also, adds a better experience for the player, because they have seen all these things before they even start the game.
Absolutely.
Yeah, just to jump in on that as well. I think that speaks really nicely to what you were just saying there, Jordan, as well, about that, that triple fidelity of communicating information. And actually the front end first time user experience or onboarding flow is a really great place to let players see and as well as read what a setting is going to do for them. Sometimes in a settings menu, it might only be described via text, right? So that first time user experience is a really great place to show them via visuals or even, animated video or GIFs or whatever else, to give them a clear sense of, if I turn this on, what is it actually going to do for me? Is this exactly what I'm looking for, or isn't it? Which is a really great thing to look at. I think the other thing around settings as well is really about giving players that very customizable experience, right? We can always strive to do universal design, and we should absolutely aim for that, right? But ultimately, everybody's different, right? And they're going to have a very different set of needs. And I think the settings menu is a really great place for them to dial in and really get to the experience that they really, really need to get out of it. And another thing that I think is a really key thing to include in any settings menu is allowing for control rebinding, right? So allowing players to really customize their control sets, especially if they might be using some form of accessible hardware that isn't a standard controller or standard keyboard and mouse or standard peripherals, right?
Definitely. And Chloe?
Yeah, I think I wondered, do you guys have any experiences of things you think have worked well, or something where an option is presented but it isn't necessarily through a setting? So for example, do you think it is comparable to say that you would to put an option in the game that isn't in the settings, such as providing a weapon that has auto aim or auto reload or something, rather than putting that in settings for all weapons? I wondered, if you would still consider that to be accessibility by settings or by design if you're presenting these options in game, and if you think that to what extent that can be good solutions, or if you think that the discoverability of those things can mean that they aren't always accessible.
There's absolutely a risk there, and I do love embracing a broader definition of accessibility. Cognitive accessibility is something that's recently becoming more and more in the forefront, and that really becomes a nuanced conversation versus helping one subset of players versus helping all players. I think there's certain features that help make a game more accessible, like environmental art signage. We're not going to start yellow paint discourse on this panel, but there's a whole category of having signposting and guiding players, and where you can use that for all players, inherent to the design of the game. You can use spotlighting and motion and animation and cables and creatures and all sorts of tools. And you can also complement that with an additional setting, which is for some players that want even more immersion, they can turn all that off. Or for some players, they can even highlight that with an additional layer of UI icons or additional sparkles or VFX or even like an animated trail to guide players there. And I think that to me is like a platonic ideal of, you start with an experience, you make it fairly noticeable to most of your players, and then either via tooltip or first time user experience, you can provide the players with the ability to tailor that down. Another interesting thing that I think complements this is that there's like detective vision or kind of like an enhanced like discovery or navigation pulse. That to me, it falls under the, what was the expression? You control the buttons you press, that's something that's fairly discoverable. It's often, bound to the D-pad or the right stick or one of our, I don't know if you want to call them secondary controls, but less frequently used control perhaps, or input. And that is a great way for players to on the go fine tune their experience, where they can just, if they're feeling frustrated or lost, they can highlight or pulse or go into that special vision mode as they need it, but then they can also just start to wean themselves off of that as they get more comfortable with the game. And so I think that's very similar to your special weapon example, where you're giving the player a tool. Yeah, there's certain absolutely discoverability risk there, but you're also allowing them to decide how frequently they want to use the tool, and hopefully that results in a more accessible game.
Yeah, I think it depends as well on how much you are gating from the player if they can't get to that. So basically, how integral is that feature to the core loop or something, as to how obvious these in-game settings or in-game tools would need to be. So if you are going to be gating somebody from like a really core point of play, that can be another reason to be putting something directly into settings or something, rather than just offering it as an in-game tool, because you really want to make sure that they're going to be able to find that if they know they need to look for it.
Exactly. I think also there's the idea of like the golden critical path and then side content. I want to state for the record that, it should be a goal of all game teams to try and make all content as accessible as possible. The reality is, if you're constrained for resources and you're trying to, decide where to spend your efforts, obviously make sure that the core of your experience, that as many players can experience that as you possibly can. And that is true both in terms of accessibility, but just in terms of overall difficulty and challenge. If you want to have many games have a special hidden room or a special, one-off path of something that it represents the most single, unfair, most challenging, trickiest room, obstacle course, boss encounter, however you want to describe it. But that is always, we're typically presented as this is very optional. This is not intended here. And this is only for players that really, really, really want to try and put themselves in there. And I think that touches upon another topic, which is balancing challenge, but making sure that you're not removing fun in the process. One recurring theme that I found whenever I speak to any disabled player is that if you don't provide granular enough settings, like we just talked about, you can wind up making the game trivially easy and therefore not fun at all, depending on what are the different categories of disability that you're trying to cater for. And so finding that granular approach, even within difficulty, an emerging trend that a lot of games are doing right now, which is you can control enemy health separately from enemy aggression, separately from player health, separately from reaction time, as opposed to just having the larger major buckets of difficulty modes and settings. which is, obviously really helpful and useful. But one solution that I'd love to see more of is to provide alternate content. So, for example, if you have players that are solving a sided mechanical puzzle, providing audio description of the different pieces that are there and how they may look like they can fit together, or even providing, entirely different content in terms of like, maybe you're solving a riddle that you're hearing via audio as opposed to solving a mechanical puzzle. It's obviously incredibly resource intensive, but it does provide and make sure that as many of your players get that challenge as possible. But how have y'all balanced challenge versus accessibility in the projects that y'all have worked on?
Something that I like to get teams to try and engage with is this idea of looking at where your high level fun, like really high level fun, is coming from, and making sure that that is being maintained despite any accessibility options or changes, or providing different solutions for people. Is that if this game is coming from feeling mastery, are you still gonna feel that using these settings? Or if we put something in by design, are we still gonna be trying to keep that core, like, here's what we're going for? Is it coming from, oh, I have to do this 500 times and I get better and better every time? Is there still a way that you can maintain that? Is it coming from like learning more and feeling like you're getting really into a story? Or is it coming from companionship with an NPC or another player? And it's like, I find that when this conversation comes up with devs, sometimes if people haven't worked on accessibility before, they can really feel like everything you do is just going to make the game too easy. But if you approach the conversation from this high level, what are we trying to maintain? Let's make sure that fun is still there. Like, that's the really original thing that we were trying to do in the first place. Then I find that can really open the conversation up for people.
Absolutely. And difficulty also isn't really a universal objective concept either, right? It's the gap and the difference between each individual player's ability. So we'll touch upon this more later, I'm sure, but I've found a lot of success in reframing this conversation as, can a player find a way to cheese your video game and use these settings to that end? Of course, sure. But speed running as a category exists, right? Like, that will always be there. Presented in the right way, this is something that can actually enhance the experience for more players, as opposed to providing a unfair shortcut or a cheat to help players get content.
Yeah, and if it's a single player game and not a competitive game where you play against other players and you don't get a competitive advantage, should all be fine, right? And,
yeah, exactly.
The way that we did it on Star Wars Outlaws is that we designed things with both directions of challenge in mind, one to make it easier and one to make it more difficult, because, like you said, difficulty and fun mean different things to different players, and so some players might want to actually crank up the difficulty because they feel like they want more mastery of the game, and they feel like, I think I'm good enough at this game. Let's see if I can bump up the difficulty and still feel like I'm good at this game. And if that's the case, maybe I'll bump it up again. And so we did exactly what you described a couple minutes before, where we have a overarching difficulty setting that controls everything, and then we let you customize inside how much damage you take, how much damage you do, how aware enemies are of you, and so. Yeah, that granular level of difficulty serves everyone, also the players who want to make the game harder because they feel like they want to beat the hardest version of the challenge that you can throw at them. Some people like that. People who play Elden Ring and Dark Souls and games like that, myself included, like that kind of stuff, and it can feel really, really good to beat a challenge that you set for yourself.
Absolutely. And I think that, if you subscribe to the theory of flow state, which is matching just the right amount of pressure, just the right amount of tension and friction and stress to your ability, that's really key and integral. Even if I'm looking to completely zone out and relax and play something that has a little bit more of a relaxed experience, even if I'm playing solitaire, I think I've found that if I just try attempting a little bit more difficulty than I normally otherwise would, just slightly more, whatever that might mean, 10%, 20%, I almost always wind up having a lot more fun than if I just try to, just go with whatever for me is the easiest possible difficulty or the easier difficulty. And that's my advice to any video game player. You might surprise yourself, and worst case scenario, you can always just dial it slightly back and go on with your way.
I think just to jump in from kind of my perspective. So, I mean, Pine Hearts was very much a wholesome, cozy narrative adventure. So not very challenging in terms of like, real dexterity and of skill. It was very much an exploration and a narrative-based adventure. So for us, it was really looking at our pillars and asking, what's the core experience that we want to deliver to our players? And if we are making a change to the game for the basis of providing better accessibility, are we ensuring that we're still giving them as good of an experience within those pillars as we intended, right? And I think the place that was always challenging is controls, particularly. So for us, it was like, well, can we create challenge and fun elsewhere within the exploration, within the moments that you find in the game that aren't necessarily based on controls as well? So I think that's a really helpful tool to use as well, is like looking at your game pillars and also who's your target market, because ultimately the folks who need accessibility, they're still your target market, right? They're just one section of it. So if there's someone who likes a really competitive, difficult game, they're going to like that regardless of whether they need accessibility settings or not, right? So we want to try and make sure that we're matching our pillars as best as we can, even if there's got to be an accessibility setting turned on, or even if we're making kind of an additional change to the design that we're doing with accessibility in mind. We still want to make sure that we're aiming for the same thing and achieving the same thing.
Absolutely.
Yeah, and I just wanted to jump in and say, like, that's true. I think one mistake that you need to try to prevent when you're talking about challenge is to not make the mistake of only testing your challenge on developers, and to actually test it on players, especially also on players who need accessibility features, because if you're designing those features for those players, you should have them test them and tell you if they are working, which also applies to challenge. It doesn't just apply to, is this setting working or not? It also applies to, is this setting making the game more difficult for me or less difficult for me, or is this exactly what I needed, right? So that's something it's very difficult for developers sometimes, because we're very close to our game. We play it every day. We also have, of course, when you're playing in the engine, you have cheat codes that you can use by just like opening the console prompt. It's very tempting to always use those, and then suddenly when a real player touches your game and they're like, this game is really difficult, you're like, oh, actually, that's not a feeling I have every day when I'm playing the game. And so it's very important to listen to players in that regard.
Yeah, I think that's the fundamental tenet of user experience, right? Having empathy for our user, in our case, our players, right? And recognizing that we are not them. We want to surprise them. We want to delight them. We want to create art for them and engaging experiences, but talking to them. And especially in the accessibility space too, there has never been more online interviews, resources, anecdotes, personal case stories, studies for folks if you're looking just to get a broad initial understanding. But there are also fantastic accessibility advocates, many of whom are on this panel, and also many of whom are speaking at this year's conference, where they would be more than happy to kind of talk to you about their story and trends that they've seen. So yeah, do the research, hire accessibility consultants. They are so valuable, and you're also going to find that they're going to make your entire game better, not just in more ways than you might initially realize. At least that's been my personal experience. Well, speaking of the overall pipeline of getting accessibility into games, let's talk about that. Like in terms of, there's a lot of discussion about how UX fits into the game development pipeline, but accessibility and UX often go hand in hand. Sierra, do you have any thoughts for us about how we might best fit that in the pipeline?
Yeah, sure. I mean, I think for me, it's really interesting to think not just about. I found that when we're looking at the UX of accessibility, right, we're not just looking at the end player's perspective. We're also often thinking about the UX of the team internally, right? Which sounds little bit strange, but how can we develop the features and the settings that we want to create in a way that makes it really easy for our team to adopt it? Because ultimately we want to create as little friction as possible so that it's more likely that the team are going to continue to adopt those best practices, right? So even just taking a quick example from our team, we developed a high contrast mode, and we realized through the course of Pine Hearts that the way that we had developed that high contrast mode was actually creating quite a lot of friction for our art team, right? It was creating a lot of extra load in their pipeline that we hadn't anticipated. So one of the things that we've looked at recently is going back to that setting and looking at it from a technical perspective and saying, well, what could we actually do to make that easier for the team to be able to utilize it going forward, so they're more likely to continue to adopt it into the pipeline. So I thought that was something really interesting to talk about. It feels like it's an extra almost skill set that we end up picking up as UX designers, is also thinking about how people are going to interact and help to support accessibility across their skills, their departments, and the tools that they use.
That makes a lot of sense. I saw a similar thing on the more, in my experience, in terms of more of like the graphic design and the UI design of things, where you have your classics like localization, making sure that different length words can fit. That is such a great and good complement for font size scaling, type size scaling as well. And we briefly touched upon earlier, you mentioned high contrast in terms of the overall game, but even in our UI, making sure that everything remains legible. And in terms of a pipeline, I think that's part of setting up your gates and your checkpoints, just to say, even in the first draft, when you're turning something in, there's a certain level of accessibility that is baked right into the deliverables that you have. And until you do that, it's not yet ready to be shared. It's not ready to be reviewed. It's not ready to be sent. And we'll chat a little bit later about how that manifests when dealing with other departments. But at least within the UX department, there's a little bit of rust that happens initially. But I think if you can set up those standards, it becomes a very natural to then say, oh, of course, we're going to make sure that we express all of our deliverables, all of our wireframes, all of our mockups, even our spreadsheets, and try to account for accessibility in mind.
Yeah, I think it's important that as UX designers, we have the user in mind always, right? That's our job. It's almost as if it's in the job title. And I think it's very helpful that UX designers are involved in reviewing features at every stage, like you said, like in the beginning, the first draft, but also like when it's being implemented, to play it and see how it works and keep accessibility in mind there, because these are things that not every developer thinks about all the time, because some people, they have to do code, they have to do art, they aren't always thinking of this. And so as UX designers, I think we are the best candidates of keeping an eye on that, because we're nosy. We're nosy, and we tend to stick our noses in places where they maybe don't always belong. But at least I'm involved in so many features on the games that we work on that I have a really good overview of the entire game, and that makes me super effective at holding up accessibility standards that we're striving for, because I know every feature, or the other UX designer next to me who knows the other half of the features, can help out there. And another thing that I think is very important is that the UX designer or the UX team has a good relationship with the user research team, if you have the luxury of having one, either internally or externally, because that means that they can test for accessibility and they can give you reports based on accessibility tests, and you can use those to send them back to the team and say, hey, look, this is the feedback we've gotten, and we think there's more improvements to be done. This is exactly what players said. These are the things that we think we can still adjust, without having to redo the entire feature, because that's obviously what you want to avoid. But yeah, user research and user UX as a team can make that process a lot smoother as well.
And we all agree that accessibility starts at the beginning,
yeah,
right?
For sure.
It's ideally something that you don't just come in after the fact and try to bolt on at the last possible minute.
No, the sooner I think the sooner you get a list of what you want to support down on paper, even in pre-production phase, makes everything go smoother, because if you can present that to the teams who will be designing the features, and they already know, okay, we're going to do a high contrast mode, we're going to do a minimum font size in every menu, I had to fight for this really hard in a lot of menus. But like, if you know that from the beginning and you stick to it, it makes everything go so much smoother.
Yeah, I would agree, especially with what you say about UX and user research, because something I have found as well is it can be useful if you have the ability to get consultants in, or to be even having like disabled people at your studio or a part of your parent company's studio come in to do some user research, but getting them to not just play your game, but maybe even play benchmark or competitor titles, because something I can find is that if a team is looking at doing their competitor analysis for even just like one specific feature and they say, oh, they do this, that means we can do this, it can become harder to say, well, actually, maybe that game is 20 years old. Maybe that wasn't well received by the accessibility community and things. So I think if we're talking about like pipeline and where it comes in the framework, it's even looking at your benchmarks and things, because just because somebody else has done it a certain way doesn't mean that it's going to be something that is great to bring in. So I think that user research can really help with that, to see how other things were received, or what parts of stuff you maybe want to take, and how you can take the essence of something without also maybe bringing over some inaccessible practices.
Absolutely. And obviously we hope every accessibility feature lands well, and sure, many don't, but I can say that I am always so excited when I see another game do something that we haven't seen before in accessibility, for a host of reasons. Obviously, it's hopefully better for our players, but I love bringing those conversations back to say, hey, look what they did. Seems pretty great. They got it done.
We're all the nerds who open the settings menu first when you play a new game, right? Yeah, okay, good. Not just me.
1000%. Yeah, that's the
for Assassin's Creed Shadows. It's the first thing I check. It's like, oh, what do they have? What do they have? I want to see. I'm always very excited, like you said, like, yeah, when a game introduces something new, you're like, oh, that's cool, actually, because I think accessibility as a community, it's a community thing, right? And it's something that needs to keep improving, and we're all contributing. Like, every game that has accessibility in it is contributing to making the next one even better, which is like fantastic. And that's one of the reasons why I wanted to have a more focus in this field in my job, which I didn't always have at every studio that I've worked at, but at Ubisoft and at Massive, it's been fantastic. The resources are amazing.
Yeah, that's an excellent point. I really liked your comment earlier, Yost, about UX designers sticking their nose where they might not otherwise belong, because
that's what we do.
I'm of the opinion, and maybe that's why it's not always well received, that our noses belong everywhere. Chloe, I'd love to hear from you about how we can best work with other disciplines and other departments, so that we don't always come off as so intrusive. Do you have any thoughts there?
Yeah, so I think I tend to get a bit of reputation for trying to put my nose in wherever. I once said the expression to somebody, I want to get my fingers in as many pies as possible. And then I learned that maybe that is like a British expression. And a load of some of the international people on the team were a bit taken aback by it. But yeah, as I'm sure, I don't know if maybe some people watching don't know, but UX can fall in it can have different team dynamics. So some people would feel themselves more at home in game design, or some would feel themselves a lot closer to UI, and it varies a lot by project and studio. And I find that this can influence the extent to which we're able to work with other disciplines on accessibility. So personally, I like to work out of game design, partly for this reason that you say about, if you are coming from a game design team, it's often easier to kind of get yourself into rooms that maybe you wouldn't be able to get into if you were part of UI. I found in my experience, I'd be interested in if other people's experiences were different on that. But I've found that one of the best ways to try and work with other disciplines is by building up, by understanding that there's already accessibility advocates or disabled people on your team throughout everywhere, and you just need to try and find them and raise them up. So my friend Joe did a good talk about making a buddies program in a studio at Splash Damage. He talked about it at GaConf last year. But I find that there's a number of things that can hold people back, and it's usually feeling that they don't know enough or not knowing where they can go to ask questions. So I find that if you feel that you have the knowledge, then being that person for people and having an open door policy on any kind of accessibility question can go a long way. Even if people, they just want to know that if they have something they feel is silly to ask or something that they should know, that there's somewhere, maybe even confidential, that they can go to ask or inquire about it. And also really encouraging people to bring their knowledge and expertise to it to fill in those gaps, because some of the best features really come from people who know their discipline like way better than we're going to know it as a UX designer, who can offer up solutions themselves. And once you can start to empower people to do that, I find that people are a lot more willing to really get involved, and it can build their confidence, even if some of the things that they suggest maybe aren't going to go in the final game or something. But getting people to think about how they can apply, okay, I might not know everything about accessibility, but like, hey, I know everything about tools programming, or I know everything about environment art. Like, how can I view this through the lens of something I'm already confident with? And trying to talk to people that way, I find, can be really useful. I wondered, like, do you guys, where do you feel personally that you like to approach UX from on your team? And do you have any like success stories or something of trying to work with disciplines that are maybe not seen as the ones who are always mainly responsible? So like narrative or level design or something like that.
Yeah, I think I mean, there's a lot of truth to when you're doing accessibility, there can be this era of you're being gatekeeping, or you're telling, otherwise incredibly talented designers that they can't do something. A really helpful reframe that I found in my experience is to say, especially if you're working with a developer or designer who's been doing this for a long time, and they've got these really sophisticated, esoteric ideas that are, the highest heights of what a video game can be. A lot of the work that we're doing, especially in accessibility, is making sure that as many players as possible can get there, right? We're not saying lop off the top of the mountain and lower the hike. We're saying, how can we find ways to help elevate our various players so they can actually experience this great vision that you're working on? And so it's very much an additive process as opposed to a constraint reduction process. And I think that's softened and thought out. Not that I've ever had a particularly spicy conversation around that, but it's helped to engender some goodwill, just to say that we're all aimed at a common goal in terms of getting as many players into the experience as possible. When it comes to more, traditional UX things within our own departments, if you're, I was talking about a designer where they were trying to support a very, very large font size, because they wanted to support a wide range of font sizes, and they were saying, I have this screen, and at the biggest font size, we're talking like 50-point font or like 48-point font. Like everything kind of looks like a toy. Like it doesn't look like aesthetically tasteful to myself. Like, what can I do? And I was like, well, you use television smart apps, right? Like you use mobile apps, right? Those tend to have what we would consider pretty large font sizes, but you're thinking about a smaller device. And so just imagine that instead of a television that you're designing for right now, and you've got all of your giant fonts, et cetera, imagine this is for a handheld device. And that reframe helped them be like, oh yeah, like this looks great. Like I would love to use an app that looked like this. I was like, oh, perfect. So I do think sometimes it is just about how we approach the end goal, and how we the framing around our accessibility efforts can foster a lot of goodwill and a better collaboration for accessibility.
I think something Joost said earlier as well around kind of establishing the goals for accessibility really, really early on the project can be really helpful here as well, because if you establish it with the team earlier and everyone is on the same page about what you're aiming for, and maybe more importantly also what we're not aiming for. Okay, so we've agreed that we're not going to do these things, is because that's something I've found a few times is some of the hesitancy for other people to get involved in the process, or to really feel like they can own the process, is they get really overwhelmed by this idea that they need to do everything, right? And
right.
Hand on heart, I've been there too. But there's this real sense of if we don't make the game absolutely 100% accessible to everyone, then what's the point in doing anything? And just getting them to understand, actually, no, we've established these goals, we've agreed to them. And if we hit these goals, we're doing really good, right? And it might not be accessible to everyone, but it is going to be accessible in these ways that we've established. That can really help to make the team feel more comfortable with supporting what we're already establishing. And then it makes it much easier to have those conversations as well, because instead of them seeing this huge big picture and really getting lost in the weeds, they can really narrow it back down and go, okay, we're supporting this. I understand what the parameters are. And that's been really helpful for us internally is kind of establishing those goals and recommunicating them as well. So when people are getting overwhelmed again, we can go back to them and reestablish what we're aiming for as well. That can really help get that kind of shared buy-in, but also shared ownership. And I think that's a big one, because we do, as UX designers, tend to shoulder quite a lot of the load, right? And actually it takes a village. It really does. We need every department to be involved. It's so important. So yeah, sharing out the responsibility a little bit, I think, is really important.
What I think also works really well is to explain why things are designed a certain way, because like we're in the accessibility community, we look at games and look at other accessibility features and we see them and we understand them and we try to improve them, but not everyone does that. Like a programmer or an artist might not do that. So what I've done before is like showing them examples from other games and players struggling with them, or players using accessibility features in other games, and explaining, okay, so some players, they cannot hold a button down for more than a couple seconds because their fingers or their hands won't allow it. And that's why we need this toggle to switch from a hold to a press. And I find that that helps, because now you've given this person an understanding of why we're doing it this way. And I find that very often, suddenly this person comes to me and is like, hey, actually, you gave me this design, but I think we can improve it by doing this. And it's like a thing that I hadn't thought of. And it's like, oh, this is it's so awesome, because you're now doing my job for me, and now you've made my job easier, which is fantastic. And when it comes to team members, I have a fun anecdote where I worked on a game and I'd been hammering for the entire development time. We have to design for color blindness, guys. We're a small team. We won't have colorblind filters. We have to make sure that we don't just use colors. We have to use icons, shapes, everything. And then when the game was almost completely done, the programmer that I had been working with for like 2+ years was like, oh, by the way, I'm colorblind. And I was like, you're telling me now? And I was like, did I do a good job in designing this game to work for colorblind people? And he was like, yes. And I was like, oh, thank God. But I was like, why didn't you tell me earlier? I could have used you as a testing person while I was doing this. But I was very happy that he did tell me, and I was very happy that it turned out that I had done a good job.
You really do need involvement and buy-in from every department. Like you need to try and find as many representatives from, and when we say department, I really mean discipline, because we've been talking a lot about studio work and AAA work. But if you're a solo dev or a dev team of single-digit people, every aspect that you're approaching the game, from things that we talked about today, whether it's more from the narrative side or from the more traditional UI side, or things like combat, platforming, anything that requires dexterity, you really do need to have buy-in, because otherwise it will feel very much like you're a gatekeeper and you are the fun police, and you're just telling people that they can't do certain things. Getting that buy-in is critical. And as UX designers, if you're a UX designer watching this talk, advocating that other departments join and assist the efforts. This shouldn't just be our responsibility. This should be a shared responsibility across the team. We should all be pulling in this direction. But Sierra, I really loved your point about, I think it boils down to not letting perfect be the enemy of good. Any accessibility you can do is worth doing. It is a gradient. There's no perfect checklist or bingo card that we can hit maybe one day in the distant future. But for now, anything you can do to make the game just that much more accessible to a player is worth doing. And it's so important for folks to not be paralyzed by the ocean of all these different features that might be possible.
Yeah, and just because you made a feature list doesn't mean you can't like sneak in a little extra one at the end, or sometimes you might have to cut one, which is like obviously very difficult, but like we all know how the realities of making a game are at the end. Things get hectic, things get tough. But yeah, I agree that anything you can do, and if you make a list from the beginning, and that's what you're aiming for, then yeah, having to cut one it sucks. But if cutting one from a list of 10 still leaves 9, right? You still reached 90% of your goal, which is fantastic in my opinion.
Yeah, and another great point too is that it's never too late to do accessibility either. So whether it's a patch, you have a great idea, or you finally have some space to breathe and you can finally revisit something. That's another very valid and appreciated avenue of getting games eventually into the hands of more players. So that's something else that you could always consider. So how do we establish and communicate these goals out to our teams, large and small, right? We've talked about, it's really important to start accessibility early. It's really important to talk to a lot of departments and get buy-in. But in y'all's experience, are there more effective ways of establishing and communicating these goals to our fellow game devs or even our fellow UX practitioners?
Yeah, like I said, showing examples of these features in other games is really good. I tend to include accessibility in my game design documents when I write those, and make sure that they are presented, like I said, to the teams, and explaining why, and explaining that there's a reason we're doing this. Like you said, we're not the fun police. We're trying to make the game better for everyone. And like I said, when you do that and you explain things to the developers and they understand why things are done a certain way, it's very, in my experience, very easy for them to buy in and then start contributing like pretty much immediately.
Yeah, that has been very, very effective in my experience as well. I think we spoke briefly earlier about empathy and how we're often user advocates, and by nature of our UX discipline too. I think humanizing the players and humanizing their behaviors, that to me has been really, really effective. And even bringing in disabled players, so that this isn't just some kind of abstract idea, like this is an actual human person, and you can really appreciate how where video games can sit in our lives as an incredibly popular pastime, but it also can convey a lot of meaning, the stories that we tell, the experiences that we deliver, and that to me has really, really helped cement the importance of what we're doing.
Yeah, I think if we consider accessibility to be something I like to talk about, is if you consider accessibility to be an interfacing problem, especially if we think about social model of disability and things like that. If we're saying that we're trying to make a smooth interface between the player and our game, there's also this other interface of how does that allow somebody to connect with the wider world. And I think that building that whole picture out for devs can be really useful, so they can see, okay, it's not just about can somebody is somebody comfortable using our control scheme? It's, oh, can they now play with their friends for 3 hours rather than 1? Does this mean they have a better social life? It's like building not just this, how do we fix this one interface, but how is that going to enable a whole wider other things for this player maybe? And there was something else I was going to say. Oh, I was going to say that I think in my experience, a lot of devs, it isn't even maybe because they don't want to be doing spending time on accessibility, but it's because they feel that either there isn't time for it and that the project maybe doesn't want them to be spending time there, want in a kind of production deadline, hours on Jira sense, or that it isn't being kind of rewarded or fostered enough as a culture within the studio. So I think that it can help as well if you can try and get production to have a time box for spending extra. If a task goes slightly over, but you can say it was for accessibility, that goes into a time box that makes it okay in production's eyes, or that it's built in as at the bottom of a game design document, a mandatory part is they have to do accessibility risk assessment, or encouraging people to spend learning days or something on accessibility focused tasks, that then this can tie into progression, especially within UX. Can accessibility be seen as something that makes the difference between a junior and an intermediate or something like that? Because it's an enjoyable topic to work on, because like accessibility to me is inherently creative, because like creativity comes from constraint, and trying to design for accessibility, if you get a really good idea, it can feel really rewarding because, oh, I had more constraint than I did before and I've still come up with this great solution, or something like that. So I find people do want to do it once they're engaged and they can get past that initial thing of not knowing enough, but sometimes the actual environment isn't built up for them to succeed or be able to spend that time there. And I think that that's like a very big part of cross-discipline, getting anybody on your project to be able to spend time on accessibility, is making the time for people and rewarding them for it.
Absolutely. And it can fold so neatly into all of our disciplines, right? We talked earlier about how, if you start your wireframe or you start your mockup with a really large font size, I always guarantee you it's going to be easier to use smaller font sizes in there after the fact. Or audio design, if you create distinct, unique sound effects for all the different events that are happening with the game, that really helps players that need that, but also helps all players. Or if you're a character artist or an environment artist, having strong contrast and easily recognizable silhouettes and be easily understanding the flow of an overall environment, that's the first step before you need a high contrast mode. You'll still have players that will need high contrast mode, and they'll need granular audio settings, and they'll need menu narration, of course. But I think a lot of accessibility, if you can find a way to weave it into your work as you go, that dramatically reduces the amount of this idea of accessibility is now an extra step, or it's overhead that we have to add. Yes, of course, there will always be a little bit of that, but you can minimize that a lot by just folding it into your ethos from the get-go.
Yeah, and it doesn't come as a surprise at the end when suddenly an accessibility feature is dropped on you that you didn't anticipate, and now with the pressure of having to finish a game, we've all shipped games, we know how it goes. It's stressful, and then having this dropped on top of it just makes it worse. I think also this is where this conference is amazing, because these videos are so easy to share to people, to be like, hey, there's this talk about audio, and I can just send it to an audio designer and be like, hey, look at this. This is interesting for us to incorporate into our game. That makes it a lot easier. And like being nominated for awards that are easy to share with the team, and like this is an accomplishment we all made together. It's fantastic because it makes people feel like they've done something good. And to me personally, there's nothing more rewarding than knowing that one extra person played the game because of the work that we all did together to make sure that this person is able to even play the game, which if we hadn't done this work, they wouldn't have been able to. And like, for me, getting to work on Star Wars was a dream, and like Star Wars is for everyone, and I would be devastated if I couldn't play a Star Wars game. So like anyone that I could help play these games is, to me, is just that's great. That's worth the job for me in the first place.
I think that's the heart of it. Is if you're a dev team of one or you're a dev team of hundreds, talk to a player, talk to a couple of players about what this stuff, what these games mean to them, and that is that's both a clarifying and motivating exercise to whether you're doing UX or you're in any other department to keep trying at it.
Yeah, just on that as well. We had a lot of kind of YouTubers, Twitch players playing and reviewing kind of the accessibility settings and talking about the impact it had on them, and that was something that was really motivational to share with the team as well, because it's a real player's experience talking about the settings that are useful to them with our game, which was just a really amazing moment for us after we'd launched. And I think that really brought home to the team like why it was so important, and seeing it tangibly out there in the wild and having that positive impact was really helpful to get the team behind it as well. So something we've kind of implemented a little bit since Pine Hearts is kind of looking at accessibility remits. So we often have lots of projects going on at the same time, often with different team makeups, and trying to establish not just those goals, but also, what's our approach going to be to accessibility with this project, with things like the team size, the scope, and the budget in mind. So one project is not going to be the same as every other for us as an indie studio, right? So helping the team understand where accessibility fits into that kind of budget and that timeline is really helpful for them. So they know why we might make decisions not to do something, for example, because of that remit because of that remit.
All right. Well then, hello everyone, and welcome to our UX panel.
For everyone, and I would be there.
Kind of the accessibility settings and talk. Since Pine Hearts is kind of looking at accessibility remits. So we often have lots of projects going on at the same time, often with different team makeups and trying to establish not just those goals, but also, what's our approach going to be to accessibility with this project with things like the team size, the scope and the budget in mind. So one project is not going to be the same as every other for us as an indie studio, right? So helping the team understand where accessibility fits into that kind of budget and that timeline is really helpful for them. So they know why we might make decisions not to do something, for example, because of that remit.
All right. Well then, hello everyone, and welcome to our UX.
And it doesn't come as a surprise at the end when suddenly an accessibility feature is dropped on you that you didn't anticipate, and now with the pressure of having to finish a game, we've all shipped games, we know how it goes.
Want to do it once they're engaged and they can get past that initial thing of
Retail experience.
That's great. That's worth the job for me in the first place.
I think that's the heart of it. Is if you're a dev team of one or you're a dev team of hundreds, talk to a player, talk to a couple players about what this stuff, what these games mean to them, and that is such a that's.
Captioner. Captioner, you are typing into the panelist chat and not into your captions, which is why we stopped and paused again. So we're going to restart it, but we wanted to let you know you were typing in the wrong place. Thank you, Captioner.
Both a clarifying and motivating exercise to whether you're doing UX or you're in any other department to keep trying at it.
Yeah, just on that as well. We had a lot of kind of YouTubers, Twitch players playing and reviewing kind of the accessibility settings and talking about the impact it had on them, and that was something that was really motivational to share with the team as well, because it's a real player's experience talking about the settings that are useful to them with our game, which was just a really amazing moment for us after we'd launched. And I think that really brought home to the team like why it was so important, and seeing it tangibly out there in the wild and having that positive impact was really helpful to get the team behind it as well. So something we've kind of implemented a little bit since Pine Hearts is kind of looking at accessibility remits. So we often have lots of projects going on at the same time, often with different team makeups and trying to establish not just those goals, but also, what's our approach going to be to accessibility with this project with things like the team size, the scope and the budget in mind. So one project is not going to be the same as every other for us as an indie studio, right? So helping the team understand where accessibility fits into that kind of budget and that timeline is really helpful for them. So they know why we might make decisions not to do something, for example, because of that remit.
That is where I had done it. That is where the video aggressively ends. So not sure what happened, but we can blame Ian again. First it was his laptop, then he edited this video. It's all Ian's fault. So there was a lot of really great content that was happening in this discussion. Can you click the video off? Yes. Do you know how? There we go. What I really loved was, first off, like going through a discussion about UX is really hard. Sharing accessibility can be overwhelming, but also there are things that we can do to make the base experience more accessible. People were bringing up things that were simple in games that showed them the accessibility features they needed without even realizing it. There was examples from both Gears of War and Halo at some of the games. It'll be like, oh, look up at the light. And then whichever way you pressed, it knew what up was for you, right? Like that's a really easy way to prompt the player to do something, see how the player's responding, and then adjust accordingly. You know, there are a lot of different options. And so there's a lot of talk of, okay, how do we bucket some of these features and these settings so that players know where to start? But then again, it's that tree and there's so many things they can do. And how do we not overwhelm them? But also, how do we make sure they have what they need? You know, it's a very challenging space and every game is going to be unique, but we also have to deal with the fact that, again, it came up in this talk that not every player actually knows what they need to be able to play the game. But also, what they need can vary from game to game. So there was even, you know, talk in the Discord, in the chat about, oh, how do we handle the idea of kind of like a passport that can go with you from game to game? Well, that only makes sense if you need the same things from game to game. Is that the actual solution? So this is an area that as an industry, we have a lot of room to improve upon, to iterate, to come up with new and innovative ideas. And so with that, we are going to wrap up and go to lunch. So we are 15 minutes behind schedule. So we will be coming back at I got a watch notification as soon as I went to pull up my watch. What are the odds? So at 2:30, we will be back. And then, like I said, we will just start cutting a few minutes off the afternoon breaks to make sure that we still wind up on schedule. And same as yesterday, if you have a dietary restriction and you have and you don't see the food you need, that means that we have something special for you, and just see the staff and they will get you fed. So we will see you on the other side of the break. Thank you so much. Hello. Oh. Hello. Welcome back, everyone. I hope you had a absolutely delicious lunch. All right, so we are rolling into the second half of day 2. Now we are making a slight change to the schedule. Instead of Ian's talk on text sizes, we're actually going to next do representation of invisible disability instead. And we will come back to Ian's talk right after. So we're just swapping those 2 talks. So the next 4 talks are going to be our 15-minute lightning talks this afternoon. And the one that we have coming up is all about a 2-year research project into the representation of young people with ADHD, what was learned from them, and design considerations that we can take for players with ADHD in video games. So I will kick that off.
Welcome to my presentation. My name is Catherine Gerling. I am a professor of human-computer interaction and accessibility at Karlsruhe Institute of Technology in Germany, so this is going to be an academic presentation. And I'm really excited to share with you today the results of a multi-year study actually that we did to find out how we can represent invisible disability in games. And we did that using ADHD as an example. So why do we care about representation of disability in games? And I think to some extent here I'm preaching to the choir basically. What we know from the research is that representation of disability makes it visible in games, and often visibility is actually something that can contribute to inclusion. It allows people to identify themselves in games, and as a non-disabled person, it is also an opportunity to learn something about disability and for disability to simply be more present in the public sphere. We also know from other research on player experience that representation of ourselves in games actually contributes to the player experience that we have. So from a developer's perspective, offering representation of disability can also mean that disabled players have better experiences with the games that you build. So here on that slide, you can actually see a drawing of a soldier in a game who uses prosthetic legs. And what I just want to point out here is that physical disability, visible disability is fairly straightforward to integrate in games because you always have the choice of adjusting the player avatar. But if disability is invisible, then it actually becomes more complicated because we cannot simply use the player avatar to convey certain bits and pieces of information, but we need to dig a little deeper into what actually contributes to the representation of a specific disability in the game. And so when we talk about invisible disability, we really need to dig into whether we can design in-game character traits, for example, whether there are game mechanics that we can leverage, or bits and pieces in the game world and narration that can contribute to representation in a way that is thoughtful and that actually is also respectful and representing the characteristics of that person well. In our research, we opted for ADHD, which is a type of neurological, if you want to take it at base level and from a neurodiversity perspective. It's also a medical diagnosis that refers to perception. It can be associated with hyperactivity and impulsivity, and that impacts how individuals who have ADHD perceive the world and also how they interact with it. So what I'm going to talk about in the remainder of my talk is a paper that was published in 2024 in the ACM Transactions on Computer-Human Interaction, and that was focused on our project on invisible disability. If you're interested in the details, because I'll only give a high-level summary here, you can actually go and download the paper. It should be open access. If it isn't, send me an email. Don't pay the fee. I'm very happy to share the results of our work with you. And in that paper, we report on two key research questions that we wanted to answer. The first being what the lived experiences of teenagers with ADHD actually are, and how we can translate those into games. So we were really interested in that process of how can we go from how it feels to have ADHD as a teenager to getting that into a game in a way that is perceived as well done. And we'll talk later about what well done actually means in that setting. And then the other question that we had was whether there are any challenges and opportunity associated with the representation of ADHD in games. So from a designerly perspective, what do we need to be aware of? What are the pitfalls? What are things that we can do to make sure that invisible disability is actually integrated in games in a way that is accurate, but also actually supportive of creating a positive play environment for everyone. We then entered a design phase where we did focus groups with 15 teenagers who had ADHD. On average, I think they were about 14 years old, so the full-on teenage experience. We had 11 boys in our group and 4 girls, no non-binary kids. They were all gamers, super active, lots of hobbies. And in total, we did 3 sessions with them. In the first focus group session, we looked at what their experience of ADHD in their day-to-day life was like. In the second session, we focused on how we can represent ADHD in games and what their ideas were. And in the third session, we did a refinement of design suggestions, and we basically wrapped things up. We analyzed our data using thematic analysis, which is a method that can help create themes from rich data through an iterative coding process. And through that, we crafted 3 main themes that then came from the discussions and focus groups with our participants. The first theme here was that generally, teenagers in our study perceived life with ADHD as very, very challenging. So they had regular issues in daily life, experienced barriers in school in particular. It wasn't always rooted in their individual characteristics. So if you want to look at it through the social model of disability, there were lots and lots of environmental challenges where school as a highly normative environment actually doesn't work well for a young person who has ADHD. And that really shaped their experience. We did the work in Flanders. In Flanders, you go to school every day until at least 3:30 in the afternoon. So the majority of your waking hours is actually spent in a setting that is not super supportive for you as an individual. The second theme focused on coping strategies, and that many of the participants in our sample really tried to maintain a life that was not just about ADHD. So I really want to say many of the kids in our study had full lives, lots of hobbies, deep friendships. So it's really important to keep in mind that if you have ADHD, that doesn't define you. There's lots and lots of other stuff about you that is important as well. In terms of coping strategies, there were things like fidgeting, for example, engaging in sports, allowing yourself to be physically active. The teenagers were also very clear that medication wasn't a thing that was only positive, and that was something that we also kept in mind as we entered the stage of asking how we can design games around ADHD. And then last but not least, what was super prominent in the data was that the participants really felt like there was a lack of empathy in the people around them. People really struggled to understand what it is like to have ADHD, and often they felt misunderstood. So being perceived as lazy when they didn't have the energy to do something, for example, which was a result of their ADHD and being in a difficult environment, for example, and not so much that they weren't interested in completing a task at hand. So with that data and insight at the back of our minds, we then retreated into a research team where we worked with game designers to come up with game concepts as a way of trying to figure out how we can put that knowledge into action in games, basically. And here you can see 3 posters that we crafted for 3 fictional games. I want to be very clear that we didn't implement those games. On the first poster, you can see a chef in a comic-style graphic being very, very stressed, having to do different kitchen tasks while the guests in the restaurants are waiting. That game, Restaurant Disaster, was basically an example of being in an environment that is really, really stressful, that overwhelms you, where there are lots of expectations, but where there is also a lot of pressure to complete certain tasks in a certain way. Then we had another game concept, the Census, which is the middle poster. That was the concept for an RPG, where you can form deep relationships with other characters. You can see pictures of different NPCs, pictures of a very peaceful virtual world, a combat scene, and also a very chaotic inventory. And here we took suggestions from the teenagers who said maintaining structure is actually really hard. And then last but not least, the last poster is for Lane Splitter, which was a game concept where you are basically offered 4 different games at the same time. Depending on which game you choose, someone in the game is going to get angry at you because you are neglecting what they are trying to get you to do. So in that, we tried to put into action some of the suggestions that were made stemming from the context of school and how fulfilling demands was really, really difficult. So with those 3 concepts, we then went back to the focus groups of teenagers to get feedback on those implementation ideas, basically. And that then addresses our second research question, namely what the challenges and opportunities are when we create games that include ADHD as a topic here. And that was the last focus group session that we ran. And here from the data, we again used thematic analysis to craft 2 main themes. The first one being that while representation of ADHD can be accurate, there also has to be nuance. So some of the game concepts actually received criticism because they showed general chaos. And the teenagers were very firm in that ADHD is not general chaos that everyone can experience, basically, but that it is very specific instances of chaotic experiences. And so the kitchen game in particular, they thought it was too chaotic, basically. There weren't enough periods of downtime. They didn't envision that there would be enough room to demonstrate competence as well, which is actually really, really important, right? Sometimes you struggle, but sometimes you do really well at things. And when you represent ADHD in games through game mechanics, for example, you have to have diversity in mechanics so that you facilitate both. And then the second theme was a reflection on those strengths and challenges. So in the initial data from the focus groups, there was a super strong focus on disadvantages and difficulties. But when then looking at the game concepts, many teenagers came back saying, well, I also have a set of strengths, and why don't we implement them into some of the games as well? So the lane splitter concept, for example, there was also that feeling of, it is too deficit focused. We want more nuance, and that is why overall the RPG was actually a favorite game concept, game genre, because they felt that this was one where you could actually achieve a lot more depth. So drawing from that data, I then want to conclude with 4 considerations for design. The first one being that we need to be aware that ADHD is experienced as something that is very energy consuming, and that symptom strength differs depending on person, but also depending on how you feel on a given day. The second design consideration is that coping strategies exist and that they should be implemented in games. So for example, if someone perceives fidgeting as coping, then the character should be able to fidget in the game, basically as a mechanic. But there is no silver bullet that is going to solve everything. So that was also very, very strongly represented. So games need to actually offer nuance and kind of balance those 2 aspects in the experience. The third consideration, and I think that is a very, very important one that we can all go back and reflect about as well, is that the negative experience of ADHD is really amplified by the environment that an individual is in. And so as a game designer, you have a choice. Do you want to show reality? Then it's probably a quite dystopian game, actually, that is not very nice and uplifting. Or do you want to create a utopia? And if you do want to create that utopia, I think it's very important that you make clear that this is not representative of what the day-to-day experience of ADHD can be like. Here I also just want to say that we work with teenagers. They are in a very specific setting. If you are an adult with ADHD who has a lot of agency in their life, then your experience may be very different, right? But if we're talking teenagers, then it's really that like very constrained experience. And that last but not least, and I think that's true for all games representing disability, ADHD is not all the person is, and you need to be mindful of that in game design. So if you do want to represent disability, it becomes very tempting to make everything about disability, but we actually want and need richness in characters that reflect all that a person can be, regardless of whether you have a disability or not. And that's that. Thank you very much. It's been really nice being able to share this research with you. And I also just want to thank the study participants who shared their thoughts and gave their time. And I want to acknowledge funding that we received from the state of Baden-Württemberg, the German Federal Ministry of Education and Research, and also the Research Foundation Flanders. Thank you.
One of the things that I really appreciated during that was the highlighting that, like many disabilities, ADHD is something that can vary from one day to the next day, and the severity of your symptoms can vary. Like if you're really, really jet lagged as an adult with ADHD, it may get a lot worse and become harder to manage in real time. But one of the things that was also really key here is, we've talked a lot about representation of disabilities and the importance of doing it accurately, but there hasn't really been that many studies or talks that have highlighted how to effectively showcase what is happening when you have an invisible disability. There has been some representation of it that we've seen, but I think as a whole, we can kind of all agree that representation of disabilities in video games has a great opportunity to improve, to put it mildly. And so I think having moments like this where we can learn from these studies can be really useful and really impactful for us. So with that, we will take a 5-minute break. So we'll be back at 2:55. And we will check out our next lightning talk. Thank you. All right, thank you for being so timely on our shortened break to get us back on schedule. So obviously, if you've ever been someone who looks at the internet and plays video games, you will see probably the #1 complaint of all time is, holy crap, I can't read that. Why is that font so tiny? We have had entire talks just about creating or retrofitting better text sizes in games. But as people have gone and gotten better about making larger text size, we've started getting the follow-up question of, wait, how do I measure that? And lucky for us, our very own Ian Hamilton is here with our next micro talk on how to measure text size in games.
Hello, it's me back again for another short talk, and this time on a very specific topic, measuring text. So, why am I giving this talk? Well, text size is by far the most common accessibility complaint about games. Of all the endless posts about it, I chose this one because it actually nails the reason. Game devs, I am pleading here, stop with the tiny text. Yes, I wear glasses, but when I can't read your text from my couch 6 feet away, that's a problem. Not everyone is playing the way you develop the game, 1 foot from a monitor. Glenn Turner. So, that is why text size is almost universally awful across the industry, because the environments in which interfaces are designed and the environments in which interfaces are used are very different. It's such a prevalent issue that there's even a Stop Using Tiny Text in Games t-shirt. You might even see a couple of them around today. If you want one of these, I will drop a link to it on the last slide of this talk. And no, it's not my shirt, it's actually designed by Steve Saylor, and I'm not on commission, unfortunately. So because it is such a huge problem, it's not really surprising that there's lots of guidance out there on text sizes for UI text and subtitle text. They're everywhere, in internal studio and publisher standards and guidelines through to public resources like the Xbox Accessibility Guidelines, Game Accessibility Guidelines, and the AGI tag criteria. To be able to meet those, you first need the ability to create text that is a specific size. And you also need to be able to check the size of what you've created too. Seems simple, right? Well, it's actually not. It's a constant source of problems and confusion, which is the reason for this talk. So whether you're a UI designer, accessibility specialist, QA, anyone who either works with text or with people who do, I hope this talk will make your lives a little easier. Before I get going, just a quick note, I'm going to be using screenshots of Photoshop quite a bit, but the same principles apply to other tools as well. So I'll start from the beginning with an anatomy lesson, the anatomy of text. The various bits of letters and the boundaries they extend to all have specific names. There are lots more bits and names than are shown on this slide, but we're just going to concentrate on a few things today. So, from the bottom to the top, we have the descender, which is the bit that hangs down on letters like a lowercase p, q, y, or g. Then we have the baseline, which is where it hangs down from. That's the bottom of where most letters sit. Next up is the X height, which is the top of most lowercase letters. Cap height, which is the height of capital letters, and higher than that again is ascender height. So tall lowercase letters like a lowercase h, l or k are actually often taller than capitals. Those bits that are sticking up are called ascenders, and ascender height is where they stick up to. And there is also one more important measure to take into account, which you can see the origins of here. These are letter blocks from old printing presses. So if I zoom in on a couple of them, you can see that the letter doesn't take up the whole block. The block is just the maximum space that it could conceivably be designed within. And it's actually the same digitally as well. There's an invisible rectangle that is the maximum size a letter can be designed within. And this is called the M-square. It's called that because in the old printing press days, it was originally the height of a capital M's width. Here are a few examples of the same words at the same size, but in different fonts. They actually look pretty different in size though, right? And that's because type designers are not required to draw their letters to take up the whole of that M-square. Some only take up a relatively small height within that box. So that's the M. It's the size of the box that a letter is drawn in, and it is very important. I'll come back to why a bit later. But back to that general anatomy for a minute. Remember when I talked about ascender and descender? The distance between those two, so the distance between the highest and the lowest points of a typeface, is the size of your text. And this is explicitly called out in guidelines, like this example from the Xbox Accessibility Guidelines, specifying that all the text sizes within it refer to ascender to descender measures. Okay, so we know what text size actually is now. When the guideline states something like 26 pixels, we know what that 26 pixels actually refers to. So next, how to actually create text of that size and verify what size it is. That's got to be straightforward, right? So let's start with setting the size you want text to be. And where people consistently trip up here is by trusting what tools tell you. So for example, if you type 26 into the text field, it's reasonable to assume that will give you text that's 26 pixels, right? Surprise, it isn't. It's actually smaller. So for this font, it's 24 pixels. So if, for example, you're trying to hit 26 pixels to meet tag criteria, then trusting the tool was doing what you asked it to has just cost you that tag and your storefront visibility with it. So why is this happening? Why does typing 26 actually give you 24? I've seen some people assume it's because Photoshop in particular defaults to using point, PT, not pixels, PX. So is that it? Is that the reason? Well, no. Points are a physical measure. There are 72 points to an inch. Photoshop, by default, works on 72 pixels per inch DPI, which translated into English basically means points and pixels are interchangeable. 26 pixel text and 26 point text are the same number of pixels high. So points versus pixels isn't why there's that mismatch between the size you specify and the size that's rendered. So if not that, what actually is the reason for that mismatch? It's because text size isn't actually setting text size at all. When you set 26 pixels, what it's really doing is setting the size of the M-square to 26 pixels. And again, just like those old printing press blocks, the text can be, and almost always is, smaller than the M-square. That's why typing in a number usually gives you text that's actually smaller than the number that you type. So these tool developers are effectively offloading the work of figuring out the actual size onto you instead, because technology exists to make our lives easier, right? So you can't believe what tools tell you. Instead, you have to get down and dirty and actually measure it yourself, like I did earlier. So start by typing in a value that's a bit higher than you need, and then verify it by using the marquee tool. So drag your rectangle from the ascender top to the descender bottom, and it will tell you how many actual pixels are contained within that. There's a bit of judgment needed in some cases, like for anti-aliasing, particularly at smaller sizes. So by that I mean that the edges of the text will usually be a bit blurred. One way you can account for this is to give yourself a cutoff of 50%. So if a pixel looks less than 50% transparent, then it's part of the text. If it looks more than 50% transparent, then it isn't. So there you go. We know where the size of text is measured from, and we know how to set and measure it. That's all there is to it, right? Well, as I'm sure you can guess by now, no, it isn't. There's something else that trips people up all the time, and that is capitals. What if the text is in full caps and doesn't have any ascenders or descenders? Or what if the text does use lowercase letters, but the specific words that you're working with just don't happen to have both ascenders and descenders? What then? Text size is always defined by ascender to descender. So what you can't do is try to measure other parts of the letter. You can't treat capitals that are 26 pixels high as having a text size of 26 pixels, because then what happens when elsewhere they appear next to letters that do have ascenders and descenders? So what do you do if you don't have those ascenders and descenders to measure between? Well, there's a process to work through. Your easiest option is if you're lucky enough to have other text somewhere else in your interface that is the same font and size and does have those ascenders and descenders, because you can just measure that instead. Like in this example, the menu text on the left is in full caps, but there's also that help menu title to the right, which is actually in the same font and the same size, but it's in normal sentence case. And the L and the P mean that it has that measurable ascender to descender. So you can measure between the L and the P, and that will tell you the text size of all those titles in the menu on the left. Sometimes you won't be that lucky. So if there is no text like that, just make some. Change the wording in your interface temporarily so you can actually measure it. If it's not possible for you to do that yourself, ask the designers to do it for you. And if that's not possible either, you can mock it up yourself in a design tool. So you can do this by pasting in a screenshot, typing some measurable text over the top that uses the same fonts and includes a letter that's present in the screenshot. Then you can line those letters up and scale it so the height matches. And whichever you approach, once you have text of the right size, but with those ascenders to descenders, you can then measure them. But sometimes even that isn't possible. The most common reason being that some typefaces simply don't have any lowercase letters at all. In those circumstances, all you can really do is make an approximation. Capital height is often around 75% of the total text height. So if, for example, you only have capitals to measure and they're 20 pixels, you can roughly take that as being equivalent to the text size of 26 pixels. But because those ratios between like the capital heights to the ascender and descender can actually vary from font to font depending on how the shapes are designed, that 75% is just a generalization, so it should really only be used as a last resort. So there we have it. To recap, chances are the text in your game is too small, so try and improve that. If it's too hard for your current game, make sure you do it for the next. And don't trust what tools tell you. Measure your text manually from ascender to descender. And if a piece of text doesn't have ascenders or descenders, either find or make some text that does and measure that. And then finally, only as a last resort, if all you've got to go by is capitals, then estimate those as being 75% of the full text size. So going back to what I said at the start, I think you can see why something so seemingly simple causes confusion and problems. But I hope what I've covered today will help to relieve some of that and give you methods that pull it back to the simple basic fundamental that it should be, and in turn help you to nail what is by far the most commonly complained about accessibility issue in games today. And one last thing, the link I promised for the Tiny Text t-shirt is stevesaylor.store, stevesaylor.store. Thanks, see you next time.
watching that, it really just drives home how, text size seemed so simple. And I know that it wasn't until I was working at Xbox and I was already an accessibility lead before I even learned what an ascender and descender was. I didn't know. I'm not a font person. And for me, learning all of that, I was like, oh my goodness. And then, watching the amazing QA folks that I worked with, who are the ones at Xbox who would do this testing, kind of teaching the devs all of that. And it just became apparent that like, oh, not only did that's something that I didn't know, a lot of the devs I was working with didn't know, unless like they were also the same devs who like went absolutely bonkers when you were having like very specific font discussions with them and they already knew this because that was their jam. And so having something like this, again, one of these short 15-minute talks is going to be so useful. This is going to be one of those talks that you're just going to be linking around to everyone because you're like, oh, here is literally the primer on this subject and how to measure it and do it effectively. So with that, we will take another 5-minute break and we'll be back with our next lightning talk of the afternoon. All right. Welcome back, everyone. So for our next talk, this is all about writing. Having clear and concise language is just as much of an accessibility feature as anything else. I do know that Jade is going to be hiding in the other room because she does not want to hear herself talk, but she is here, so you can find her after the talk, because again, she will just be in the other room. So let's kick off the recording.
Thank you for joining this session on Writing for Everyone. Over the next 15 minutes, we'll discuss how considering UX writing throughout development can boost the accessibility of all kinds of features. One of the greatest benefits of UX writing is that it's
Just 1 second, we just got a message from our captioner. They had to reconnect their captioning machine. So we are pausing so that they can get that reconnected. Does anyone know any interpretive dance or? All right. They are back, so we will be resuming. Thank you.
Thank you for joining this session on Writing for Everyone. Over the next 15 minutes, we'll discuss how considering UX writing throughout development can boost the accessibility of all kinds of features. One of the greatest benefits of UX writing is that it's cost-free to implement, and it works whether you're part of a massive studio or a small indie team. After this talk, resources to help you get started on your journey will be available in the GaConf Discord channel. About me. I have 12 years of experience working in the games industry. I've worked in many areas spanning the game development cycle, including QA, UI UX, production, and accessibility. During my time as part of the UI UX team, I became interested in UX writing and how it can improve accessibility. This inspired me to become formally trained as a UX writer. Currently, I'm supporting companies on their accessibility journey. What this presentation will cover: why you should consider UX writing as part of your game development, how creating style guides can help ensure consistency and clarity, information on style guides and what they should include, and considerations when writing in-game text. What is UX writing? User experience, or UX writing, helps users navigate interfaces, understand functionalities, and complete tasks with minimal friction. This role is often seen within tech companies that work on digital products. The goal of UX writing is to create clear, concise, and user-friendly content that enhances the user's experience in digital products. In gaming, UX writing will be seen in the game's user interface, or UI, menus, and error messages. This includes help and objective text, tutorial and instructions, and settings descriptions. UX writing differs from copywriting. Narrative text that is linked to the game storyline or story content is not considered part of UX writing guidelines, and this will be seen more in the space of copywriting. Content that would fall into this category could be letters or messages between characters, character logs, character descriptions, and location descriptions. Why UX writing is important in gaming. UX writing ensures players can easily understand the game's mechanics, objectives, and controls, making their experience smooth and frustration-free. Clear and concise tutorial text allows players to get started quickly, accelerating the onboard process. It helps maintain player immersion by reducing the need to interpret complex or lengthy text during gameplay. Consistency in language and tone strengthens the connection between the game and its marketing materials. An effective UX writing reduces cognitive load, enabling players to focus entirely on enjoying the game. Who's this talk for? Creating consistency across your game requires collaboration. Collaboration will depend on your company's structure. Designers. Collaboration between your narrative writers, content designers, and UI UX teams is important to ensure that everyone is happy with the terms being used in-game. Localization. Remember your localization buddies. Get the localization teams involved early on. When writing content, are you constricted by character limits or word counts? If so, this could be a larger issue in certain languages. QA. When testing, ensure that your QA team is checking the content against the style guides. Even simple spelling mistakes should still be fixed, as they can be distractive for the player and break the game's immersion. And marketing. Work with your marketing team to ensure consistency is being met outside of the game. This includes website information, trailers, game deep dives, and social media content. Thinking about the player. Clear text can be important to players who are dyslexic, have a lower reading age, are new to gaming, or are playing in a non-native language. But really, good UX writing is beneficial for all players. Statistics state that 43% of the US population has low literacy. So, to help with this, we should be writing at a 7th to 9th grade level. Age-wise, you're looking at 12 to 14 years old. This is recommended by companies including the Nielsen Normal Group and Microsoft. This should be considered even if your game is aimed for an older audience. The Hemingway editor is a great free resource to check your content's reading age and readability. Avoid using idioms, as they can be hard for some players to process and difficult to localize. Writing style guides. What are writing style guides? Writing style guides are a set of rules and conventions that determine how written content should be structured, formatted, and presented. They ensure consistency in tone, terminology, and formatting across the game and marketing material. Style guides should be utilised by everyone working on the game, not just the writers. So this includes your QA teams, your developers, marketing, and localization teams. Creating writing style guides. Style guides should be a collaborative, living document that is updated during the game's life. Style guide users should be made aware of any updates. Style guides can also be beneficial for other features in the game, including captions, subtitles, alt text, audio descriptions. If your game features obscure terminology, consider including a glossary on the website or in-game help area so players can review these terms whenever they wish. And don't forget that developer tools should also be accessible. Ensure that your style guides work with screen readers. Writing style guide content. So content to include within your style guide would be languages. Consider, are you using British English or American English standards, for example? Punctuation, are you using Oxford commas? Or are you only using exclamation marks for error messages? Tone and voice. Tone, are you creating a charming, cutesy game? If so, then the tone will differ from a gory horror game. And voice, for example, are you instructing the player or the in-game character? Common misspellings or potential mistakes. Have you received queries on how to spell a certain word? Or have you noticed mismatched spellings in the game's documents? If so, it's worth adding to the style guide to highlight that this could be a potential issue. Words or terms to avoid. There may be words or terms that you wish to avoid. This could be for copyright and legal reasons, or it might just be outdated terms that no longer fits with your game. In-game terminology. How are you referring to currency, health, special items and characters? Platform-specific words. So these are the terms used by Microsoft, Sony, Nintendo to ensure consistency across their products. And how to discuss disabilities and social situations. The National Centre on Disability Journalism and the Inclusion London website are great resources to check if you're unsure about how to discuss player requirements and disabilities. For social and political style guides, BBC Writing and the BuzzFeed style guides have great resources. Links to these will be shared after the talk. UX writing considerations. Text formatting. Ensure text is short and clear. Break up long sections of text so it can be easily read. Use correct headings and avoid using unestablished abbreviations. If they are used, make sure the full terminology is used first. Terminology. There are a few points to consider when defining your game's terminology. Is the term being considered still appropriate? Language changes. I'm sure we can all think of words that perhaps older generations, like our grandparents, may use that we wouldn't use today. Is the term offensive? Could the term upset the player? Remember that you're addressing the player directly, even if you think wording might be cheeky or suit the in-game world. We really don't want to make anyone feel uncomfortable. Gaming should be fun and is often seen as escapism. By upsetting the player, you may risk their experience and immersion. Does the terminology match all areas of your product? This includes the game's website, social media, trailers, and alt text. Does the terminology match Microsoft, Sony, and Nintendo's terminology guidelines? Each first-party platform will have their own guidelines that they will want you to follow to ensure consistency across their products. Objective and help text. Limit how much objective and help text is on screen at once. You want to avoid overwhelming the player with a lot of text at once. Remember that players who require subtitles will have additional information to read. Ensure that text appears on screen for enough time. and provide a setting that allows the player to adjust the length of how long the text remains on screen, or gives them the opportunity to advance through manually. Provide the player with an area where they can review the instructional text. This could be perhaps within the pause screen area. Remember, some players might be returning to the game after a couple of months. If an item hasn't been used in a while, it can be hard to remember what it does or how to use it. Error messages. Errors happen, but the goal is to quickly resolve the issue without friction. Explain the issue in a clear and simple way. Remember, not every player will have a good understanding of technical or development terms. Also, there may be first-party considerations. The message should provide the player with a solution on how to resolve the issue. Write the message in a natural, friendly voice, and don't blame the player or make them feel bad. Errors can be frustrating, so players may not always be receptive to jokes. Settings. Provide clear names for settings, include description of what the setting does and how it will change the player's experience. Consider adding videos or images demonstrating the changes if the player applies the settings. This won't be applicable for every setting, but it is useful for HUD settings, graphics, subtitles, and font and icon scaling. By adding this, players are able to confirm their setup without having to back out of the menu and check in the game world. This will provide the player with a smoother onboarding experience. Button prompts and labels. Ensure button prompts and labels are short and concise. Consider that prompts may take up more space if a player has increased the text or icon size. Use verbs to describe what the player can do, and make sure the button prompt terminology is consistent across the game. Final thoughts. All the resources discussed today can be found in the GaConf Discord chat. Remember, even the best written content benefits from a fresh set of eyes. Always have your work proofread to ensure clarity and consistency. Great UX writing in your game will create a seamless and effortless experience for your players. By reducing cognitive load, you allow your audience to focus on what matters the most, enjoying the game and feeling immersed in the world. Accessibility options benefits everyone. By designing with accessibility in mind, you not only ensure inclusion for players with specific needs, but also deliver a versatile and more enjoyable experience for all. Thank you for attending today's session. Feel free to reach out to me if you have any questions or would like to discuss this topic in more details. Cheers!
Having a clear style guide that everyone can reference will dramatically improve the player understanding of what you're working on. It'll provide consistency, but also visibility to people working across your dev team on the steps that you need to take to ensure you have clear, concise, and easy to understand language. I think we can all learn from everything that Jade said in this talk. And check to see if the studio you're working with has one of these. And if not, maybe this is your sign that you can be the change and work with your team to get one together so that you can get it incorporated into your workflow. We will be taking a short 5-minute break, and then we'll be back with our last micro talk of the day. Thank you. All right, everyone. So one of the things that comes up a lot, waiting for the captions to start. Captions. Captions, can you hear me? Are we gonna get our BSL cat assistant today? Also, is that a diva chair? The diva tattoo. That's what I was showing our interpreter. All right. Captions are back. Woohoo! Okay. So going into our last lightning talk for the day, we have a live presenter. We're going to have Joshua come. So one of the things that gets asked a lot is, hey, you know, I'm an accessibility champion, but I want to be more. I want to be the accessibility champion. I want this to be a full-time position. And there aren't a lot of case studies or examples of what that journey has really been like. You know, transitioning from one to the other. And so I'm really excited to have Joshua come today and give a rundown of what example of how that went. All right, Joshua, thank you.
Thank you. Yes, hey everyone, I'm super excited to be here today to talk to you about IOI's accessibility journey and how we went from champions internally to someone with a full-time role. So I'm Joshua Flitcroft, my pronouns are he, him. I'm a white male with short brown hair, short brown beard, and I'm a senior accessibility designer at IOI. I've been in the games industry for almost 10 years now, originally starting as a generalist programmer before moving to UI programming and then accessibility. And I joined IOI in 2021 as a UI programmer. So the plan for today is to go through some of the past approaches we had to accessibility at IOI, touch on some of our journey to creating this full-time role, and then share some advice and learnings that helped us when starting out on our accessibility journey and helping when starting with this full-time role. So in the past, accessibility wasn't really something that was very well known at IOI. When we're looking at the Hitman games, it was more a passion from some people in the UI team who were just trying to sneak things into the build. So this led to positives in accessibility reviews, like a replayable tutorial level, large subtitles, subtitles background, and the ability to change the interaction prompt size, but also led to some negatives, like there was no speaker name in these subtitles. At launch, you were only able to change the weapon aim hold into a toggle. And then quotes highlighting that motor accessibility needs the most work and that there's a missed opportunity to improve accessibility with each iteration. So this was something that we wanted to build on and improve. And so this sort of started our journey to creating this full-time role. It's sort of split into two parts. The first focusing more on company level initiatives that we were trying to do to address accessibility there. And so when starting out, we wanted to create these pillars or sort of principles to help guide us on this accessibility journey so that we're trying to consider it the right ways and make sure we're thinking about it. So the first being, you know, nothing about us without us. It's an important mantra for the community. So of course it had to be our first pillar, making sure we're involving those in the community when we're thinking about accessibility. Design first, option second. Let's look at how we can address accessibility at the design stage within options as a way to give players that flexibility or to address the cases we couldn't fix at design. Everyone is different. understanding that there's no one-size-fits-all approach to accessibility, and what works for one gamer might not work for another, and that the work is never done. Just like how we release patches to fix bugs and tweak designs, we can always be doing patches to address accessibility. So like I said, these were things that wanted to guide us. They weren't things we wanted to enforce on the team on day one, but instead things that we wanted to strive for and are still striving for to this day. But with these pillars, we set out on our journey. So our initial approach was, let's try and tackle this from the top down. So we had a meeting with executive producers and directors where we pitched what accessibility was, why it's something we should be considering at IOI. And we kind of had some mixed success. We didn't get a yes, let's go all in, but we didn't get a no, let's not talk about it either. And so one of the big things we learned was that we should focus more on showing accessibility as opposed to just saying accessibility. Enter IOI week. So this is a week we usually have each year where that is offering production time, where people are allowed to experiment on features and develop their own skills. So during one of these weeks, we put together an accessibility feature that we were then able to present to the rest of the company. And the goal here was to try and make something physical for people to understand more and help accessibility click in people's minds. I would love to give details about what this feature was, but Agent 47 might appear and take me out, so you're just going to have to accept my vagueness for it, sorry. But this was a big success. We found that a lot of people were interested in the feature and wanting to know more, and it wasn't that people didn't care about accessibility, they just didn't know that it existed. So this was one of the big things we wanted to address. And so we got permission from management to start some monthly presentations where we invited the entire company to, and they were focused more on raising awareness and understanding of accessibility, just trying to help build up that common level of knowledge. Some of these then also included some introductory Q&As, where we invited in accessibility consultants like Sightless Combat and Arevia to talk about their lived experiences, how they play games, and what games mean to them. And the goal here was really to try and remove some of the unintentional biases we might have had as developers, as opposed to talking about specific features or games that we were working on. And this was a big help for the team. It helped change that thinking and to get them thinking about accessibility from the players and from the people point of view, as opposed to just this vague topic. As these presentations started to slow down, we wanted to keep up this momentum about accessibility. So we started our monthly newsletters, Making a Blueberry Muffin. They touch upon what's happening in the industry, highlighting like another article or what other games and companies are doing, and also putting a bit of a spotlight on what we were doing internally. And again, the goal with this was just to try and keep reminding people that accessibility was something that existed and was here to stay. So that was kind of what we were doing on a company level to try and raise that awareness and make more people knowledgeable and aware of accessibility. There was also initiatives that was pushing from my personal side, which also helped lead this journey. So like I said, I started as a UI programmer. But I was able to get support from my lead and producer after a while to have one day a week to focus on accessibility, whether it was personal development of skills or sort of building prototypes and proof of concepts just from the UI tech side, showing what we could do. After doing this for a while, I got the opportunity to do a 6-month trial showing what could be done with an accessibility role and how it would look like at IOI. Working with the game teams to understand more about their processes and their flows so that we could try and, help accessibility fit into there as opposed to coming in and, kicking things over and trying to force our way in. And again, still building these designs and prototypes just to try and prove the concepts of it. It is worth noting, though, that during this time, there was still some support that I needed to do for my previous role. We didn't want to leave that old team one person down because then they would be struggling with workloads. So it was a lot of, spinning multiple plates and trying to manage and balance these two workloads, which did unfortunately lead to having to work extra hours or weekends at times. But while sucks, I don't think the trial would have either happened or been a success without that. But after that, it was a success. I got the opportunity now for a full-time role where I design and code accessibility features. That's what I want to highlight is that for us, the role at the moment is designing and coding. I have a programmer background, so including coding in it made sense for my strengths and could also make sense to how and where we fit this into IOI's teams and their structures. And so I think it's really important that if you're on a similar journey trying to create this, to investigate and find what a role could look like for you and for your company, as opposed to just trying to copy and paste the role in from elsewhere. Because sure, I might have a title of accessibility designer, but I doubt I do the same as an accessibility designer elsewhere. It could be different from somewhere else. And so I think it's really important to take that time to try and find what works for you and your company. But then when you have the role, now comes the easy part, right? Well, yes and no. There's still going to be a lot of challenges. There will be ups and downs. And I think, during the entire process, there were times when I had to take my foot off the accessibility pedal as things became too much with things to do. And so I think it's really important to remember and see it as a marathon and not a sprint, with very much the finish line not being getting the role, but years beyond that, so you're actually able to enjoy that role to its full extent. So that was kind of a quick go through some of the journey that we had. I also wanted to share some advice and learnings that helped us when we were starting as a company to start thinking about accessibility a bit more, and that we were learning during some of the process as well. The first bit being, a great goal to have can just be to be more accessible than before. When starting at a company and starting with accessibility, if they've not really done it before, it can very much feel like you're starting from zero. There's a lot that you need to do. But it's important to remember, if you're just able to make your game, just one bit more accessible than the last title, that in itself is a huge win. And so really something that should be focused on and celebrated. The Last of Us Part 2 comes up a lot in accessibility discussions, and rightly so. It was phenomenal. But that wasn't the start of Naughty Dog's accessibility journey, so that's not where we should be trying to start either. Likewise, it can be great to just focus on a couple of features. Pick a couple, focus on doing them really well, giving them a lot of polish, a lot of shine, rather than trying to do a scattershot approach of trying to do lots of little things, but having to half-ass some of them due to time. Really taking that time to focus on a couple of things, building things up from the ground and doing them slowly, but bit by bit. After all, how do you eat an elephant? One bite at a time. So how do you make a game accessible? One feature at a time. Something that really helped with this for us as well was this idea of creating personas. Looking at accessibility consultants and streamers like Steve Saylor, and sort of breaking down how they play games, the features they tend to use, what kind of aspects of your game they're going to be able to access. This can really help align goals, not just with yourself, but with the rest of the team. When you say, hey, we're going to try and make our game accessible, what does that actually mean? With having personas, it can help point to things and give you an easier push when you're pushing for features and changes. It's not about intentionally locking people out of the game or out of features, but again, just helping you to build things up slowly and have clear goals that you're then able to try and achieve. Then, as you and your company find your footing with accessibility, these can then absolutely grow and improve over time. Now, one big thing you'll find during the entire process is you're going to hear the word no. You'll put together amazing designs and ideas, and you'll just be met with a no. Sometimes we can shift these into a no, so maybe we can do this instead. And sometimes they're just a no, full stop. And whilst it sucks, sometimes we do just have to take those, put them in our back pocket for later. Because you might find they're not a no, they're just a no, not right now. And so, having to deal with and accept these, I think, is sort of, we found a vital part of it and quite important. And, as Rocky kind of said, it ain't about how hard you hit, it's about how hard you can get hit and keep moving forward. How much you can take and keep moving forward. That's how accessibility is done. So, sometimes we do just have to take those no's and just keep moving forward. One thing that we found, that I personally found that really helped with dealing with these no's is just the idea of creating a support network. Yes, you might be the main person championing or pushing for accessibility, or might be the only person with that role at your company, but it doesn't mean you have to deal with everything on your own. This was what was so crucial for us creating that visibility at a company level. During those tough times when I felt like things were getting too much, or sort of, like you were just screaming into the void, having someone come up afterwards and be like, hey, I love that presentation. I can't wait for the next one. Or I really loved what you mentioned in that newsletter. those little things can really just keep you going during those rough times. So I would absolutely recommend, doing the same, trying to reach out to your company, creating that visibility, helping find other people to just give you that support. And if you've tried that and you still don't feel like you have it, please reach out to me. I will happily be your cheerleader and cheer you on during those times as well. But kind of just to wrap up everything we've gone through with our journey, for us, we focused more on raising awareness initially. We just wanted to try and help people become aware that accessibility was a thing because it was so new and so unknown to so many people. So it's really helped us. We took the time to find what an accessibility role would look like at IOI, as opposed to just trying to copy paste or shoehorn a role in from somewhere else. And that, every journey is different. For us, this whole thing took place over 3 years. For you, it could be less time, it could be more time. I think it's really important then when looking at your own either personal or company journeys, not trying to compare timelines against other places just because it is different. Companies are at different places. So every journey can be different that way. And even for us, we're still early in our journey. You could say we're Frodo and Sam. We just got the one ring and we just left the Shire. There's a long way to go. There's going to be a lot of ups, a lot of downs. And, unfortunately, there's no giant eagles that can just take us all the way to the end. But yeah, I'm on social and LinkedIn as JM Flitcroft, FLITCROFT. Thank you for listening. Thank you and huge love to the amazing people at IO who helped throughout this entire journey and process. I literally wouldn't be here today if it wasn't for them, because I almost gave up many times myself, but them being excited about next presentations and newsletters really helped keep things going. And so, yeah, thank you all so much and enjoy the rest of the conference. Thank you.
Thank you so much. There are so many things that we can learn when taking our own journeys, from when thinking about our products and highlighting that a lot of the games that we have seen and we hold up to this really high standard of accessibility were themselves something that were iterated on over multiple games, and even getting those games out were a marathon, not a sprint. And creating a company culture that values accessibility, creating a culture that will invest in an accessibility role is also going to be a marathon and not a sprint. And again, talking about building visibility and finding the people who can support you, it's about building that community. That is how we are successful across the industry, is when we work with not only the folks in this room, on the Discord, but with our peers at our studios to build our accessibility army. And with that, we're going to take our afternoon break. We will be back at 4:15. And again, for folks here on site, we have a special treat for you to enjoy. So thank you, and I will see you guys after the break. All right, thank you, everyone. I hope you enjoyed the break. Now for our next talk, I'm really excited because this is a pre-recorded talk from two developers from Rebellion who are going to be talking about their work on Atomfall. And what was really exciting about this is for this the laptop crashed on the podium. I'll fix it while the video's running. But anyway, no, that one is actually my laptop. Everyone's laptop is going to crash today. Anyway, there was some accessibility first for this studio, which was really fantastic. And so I'm really excited that they get to share their story of going on their accessibility journey. So let's check it out.
Hello and welcome to our talk, Taking a Cricket Bat to Accessibility Barriers in Atomfall. I'm Duncan Bell, lead UI designer on Atomfall. I started my career in advertising, but my passion for games led me to work on Sniper Elite 5 and Evil Genius 2. Being colorblind myself, I'm passionate about designing UIs that are clear, accessible, and player-friendly.
And I'm Hannah O'Hare. I'm a senior technical UI designer on Atomfall. I've also previously worked in Sniper Elite 5 and studied game accessibility in university. In my work, I always consider how to design and implement with accessibility in mind to enable more players to play and enjoy games.
Atomfall is a survival action game inspired by real-life events, set 5 years after the Windscale nuclear disaster in northern England. Players explore a fictional quarantine zone, scavenging, crafting, bartering, fighting, and talking their way through a British countryside setting filled with bizarre characters, mysticism, cults, and rogue government agencies.
In today's talk, we are going to run through Atomfall's approach to accessibility and how it helped us make Rebellion's most accessible game yet. We'll start by taking a look at some of our standout features, discuss how they were made and how they could be improved. And then we'll finish with our lessons learned and key takeaways that could be applied to any project. This talk is pre-recorded, so any questions can be answered by the team on the GaConf Discord.
Let's kick off with our approach to accessibility. Kerry Waterton, our internal accessibility designer, created a framework to help lead accessibility initiatives across the company. This matrix helps each project to grow, while understanding that even the smallest step forward is still progress. Features were categorized into 3 groups. Maintain, which encompassed relevant features from previous games, helping to maintain studios' existing standards. Improve, which took some of those features and set new goals for them to aim towards. And Expand, which looked to address the biggest barriers to match competitor titles, expanding the reach of the game.
But what did we actually do to support this approach? Firstly, we made accessibility a pillar of the game's design. This helped us holistically look at accessibility and how we could work with it to create an experience that matched our creative vision. The pillar Meaningful Accessibility helped us to adapt the game to match the player's individual needs through design and settings. We aligned ourselves with many external guidelines, including the Game Accessibility Guidelines and Xbox Accessibility Guidelines. These helped us ensure our features were meeting standards that are expected from the accessibility community. And lastly, they encapsulated our Maintain, Improve, Expand matrix, building upon relevant features from previous games.
To support each department and better weave accessibility into our processes, department-specific heuristics reference sheets were created. The intent was to create a short list of fundamentals that were easy to learn and served as a reference for both self-reviews and larger team reviews. On the right-hand side of the screen is an example of the UI heuristics poster. It covers aspects such as multi-sensory feedback, color usage, contrast considerations, as well as minimum text sizes.
Training was a natural step in enabling team members to more effectively test their own work.
This included things like inclusive design workshops, using tools like Color Contrast Analyzer, and hosting talks and demos from accessibility advocates and charities to help give lived experience context. On the right of the screen is an example of a contrast checking tool, Accessibility Insights, which shows the contrast ratios for pale grey and charcoal grey. We had a specialised QA team that tested against our goals, external guidelines and accessibility tags. This happened throughout the development cycle to allow us to catch issues as early as possible. These reports focus on being actionable for the team. On the right of the screen we have an example of early reports highlighting the lack of backplates in the UI.
Communication was key in ensuring all departments stayed informed, which allowed us to build systems effectively together. Atomfall had dedicated accessibility meetings scheduled every 2 weeks, consisting of the project discipline leads and stakeholders. The main objective of this meeting was to review the progress and discuss feedback on upcoming features. These conversations often led to impromptu meetings, especially after in-person playthroughs. Lastly, and most importantly, we ran various events and workshops throughout development to test our work and gain actionable feedback. One of our biggest efforts was a consultancy day with the Wobbly Gamer. He played the game, gave us feedback on our features, and highlighted the barriers he faced while playing. His insights helped validate what we'd built and guided us in prioritizing the most important improvements to make with the time we had left.
So what were these features? As mentioned previously, we wanted to retain and keep features from previous games that would be applicable to Atomfall. This included things like accessibility on launch, where we present the most helpful features in the first time user setup, settings for aiming and sprint, the automatic traversal system we built in Sniper 5, camera options, and contextual tutorials that can also be accessed or reset at any time. For previous features, we also wanted to improve them by making them more robust so that they can continue to meet external guidelines. On Atomfall, we continued to build on our text scaling and backplate system. We did this by applying our backplates everywhere to ensure better contrast throughout the UI. For text scaling, we also wanted to reach the text scaling guideline set by Xbox, 104 pixels at 4K resolution. So we jumped in at the deep end here by allowing our text to immediately scale to 104 pixels. By working backwards like this let us see what fell apart and what needed fixing. This is a screenshot of gameplay where the player is looking at a telephone in a red phone box. They have a hatchet in their hand. In the top left corner is a player's current lead that they are tracking for the main story. In the top middle is the compass, and in the bottom right is their health bar. An interaction on the telephone reads, "Telephone, eat answer." All the text is large, and all text and UI elements have backplates behind them. This is a screenshot of the player's menu open on the backpack. There's a grid that the player has some items stored in and a list of ammo types using icons at the top. Above is a tab list for player menu, show map, investigations, backpack, crafting, and skills. We found a few ways to help with text scaling, including the obvious solution of scroll boxes, but we also tried a few other things. Where screens didn't allow for scrolling because of a lack of input, we implemented auto-scrolling. We limited this to areas where information was on demand and had no time limits. We also introduced ticker tape style horizontal scrolling to accommodate large prompt trays in the footers. To minimize the impact of text scaling on our larger text elements like titles and headers, we decided to cap the maximum font size to 104 pixels. This sacrificed some of our visual hierarchy, but made for a more manageable implementation of text scaling all round. Our layouts also worked in our favour by still creating hierarchy through positioning and content grouping. In some areas, we changed tactics and used tooltips instead of a dedicated static area for text. This meant we could have information overlaying UI that was completely controlled by the player through toggles. Lastly, in some areas we used text scaling thresholds to change the layout of certain screens slightly. Similar to responsive resizing, this helped to better accommodate larger and smaller text sizes. On the inventory screen, this came into effect with tooltips, which changed width at certain thresholds, and the nearby prompt, which dynamically joins the ticker tape grouping of prompts at a certain text size. It's important to note that text scaling was retrofitted into the design for the most part, and we know there are some areas of improvement like avoiding narrow fit text and overlapping prompts with decorative elements. The backplates might also be improved by using a full screen backplate in menus like this, which can be more efficient for a workflow perspective and improve the visual presentation of the UI. For initial setup, our first screen launches at 200% text size to give players the best opportunity to be able to interact with the rest of the menus. If the game doesn't launch at this size, it might mean that someone who has low vision
would need a sighted assistance to use text scaling sliders in the first place. Despite the fact that there are improvements, we are absolutely thrilled that our UI text scales to this size, and we have backplates that are consistently throughout the UI. One unexpected benefit of implementing the text scale was the effect it had on localization. We only had a handful of updates that needed to be made for different languages, since our system had to be designed with flexibility in mind.
Making the UI colorblind accessible by default was a key goal for us throughout our accessibility testing. We focused on simplifying the information presented on screen to the player without relying on too many different colors. More importantly, we allow players to customize these colors using an expanded color picker. Here's an example screenshot from the game, showing the crafting screen in action. Since our game takes place in lush, natural environments, this red text used with the default color palette can be difficult for players with red-green color blindness to read. By allowing the player to change these colors, we ensure that key information remains clear and readable for everyone.
We also extend customization to our controls by allowing our keyboard remapping system to include gamepad and other devices. The whole system was rebuilt from the ground up by allowing for a host of upgrades, including the ability to bind up to 4 keys per action, set most actions to press or hold, support for multiple devices at once, and the ability to rebind both games and UI actions. Players can use presets as a jumping off point for rebinding. This way they don't have to start from a blank canvas. As this was a new system that was built from the ground up, we learned a lot and hope to continue to improve upon it in the future. We would have loved to swap action, but we found this could create chain clashes which were hard to manage, and a reset option per button. This also had the same issue as swap. Special effects helped us with our controls by providing feedback on draft schemes. For example, they recommended that we do still provide one-handed control schemes, even though these require adaptive hardware, as many one-handed players have one-handed controllers, and presets like these provide a good starting point for players to configure them. We also gathered feedback from left-handed players on creating left-handed layouts for both gamepad and keyboard.
A big part of Atomfall is the freedom it gives to players to explore, progress, and approach challenges in their own way. You can take an aggressive approach, eliminating threats as you go, or play almost entirely non-lethally. Initially, for testing purposes, we grouped our accessibility features into individual presets alongside specific difficulty settings, but over time this evolved into the concept of our playstyles. While we offer a recommended experience, there is no wrong way to play. Instead, the game's core elements, combat, survival, and exploration, are separated into different presets, allowing players to shape their own unique experience. The game offers 5 playstyle options: Sightseer, Investigator, Brawler, Survivor, and Veteran. Our recommended experience is Survivor, giving harsh combat in an unforgiving world, but the other playstyles can provide very different experiences. Investigator has less focus on combat but more on exploration, whereas Brawler puts more focus on combat and less focus on exploration and survival. Sightseer provides an all-round assisted experience across all 3 areas of the game, and enables features such as the objective style markers and lead hints. Customization has always been at the heart of Rebellion's games, and players can tweak any of the playstyles to craft a more tailored experience that suits them. In this example, you can see the breakdown of the combat settings. It includes many of the customization options as seen in Sniper Elite 5, such as enemy accuracy and perception.
As well as being able to build on what we had, we also wanted to be able to create new features and options. We ran some Copilot streams of Sniper Elite 5 with sightless gamers. Copilot is a term used for when 2 players control the same character. This is necessary in games that are not fully accessible to someone who is visually impaired. The Copilot player is a sighted player that can help with navigation, or provide audio callouts to the other player to help them engage the audio. We noticed on stream that the games required a lot of callouts from the Copilot to enable the player with sight to perform basic interactions. We want to give more agency to these players without sight, so we paired audio cues with core game interactions, such as picking up items, opening doors, traversal points, and enemy takedowns. The hope is players that learn these cues can use them to perform actions without the need for callouts from a sighted player. Unique cues play from traversal points and interactions. Interactions can have either 1 prompt or 2 prompts, so there are 2 cues depending on the number of prompts. The sound cues are played when the player is within distance of interaction with the object, alongside the on-screen prompt. We'll play a short video to show this in action. The player approaches a traversal point. The player finds an item they can pick up. The player finds an item that they can pick up or consume.
To give further agency to visually impaired gamers, Atomfall features audio combat assistance. This concept was originally drafted by a systems designer, Vicky Boyce. After seeing a similar system added to Sea of Thieves, it allowed us to take learnings and build upon their implementation. One piece of feedback we saw from some players was that using a less diegetic sound would be beneficial to help players distinguish the sounds better. With this in mind, we chose to make our sounds more abstract. We initially tested this internally with our developers at an in-office event during Global Accessibility Awareness Day, which allowed our team to get hands-on and experience combat through audio alone. While not a replacement for testing with consultants, it was a great exercise for showcasing what we'd made and helped our developers get excited about the feature and to start thinking about other applications for feedback through audio alone. We then tested this feature with our subject matter experts, including Sightless Combat and Wobbly Gamer. Their feedback helped guide us to build a much stronger system. The audio-assisted combat includes 3 different settings which can be enabled or disabled separately to create a fully tailored experience for different levels of vision. The first option is passive NPC audio. This is audio that players hear from an NPC and is spatialized. This enables melee combat through constant looping sound, because whenever an enemy doesn't play a sound, it is essentially invisible to the player without sight. Here is a short video of a player approaching an NPC with this option enabled. The second feature is audio aiming cues. Audio aiming cues can be enabled to create ticks when the player is aiming down sights. These ticking sounds change in frequency and pitch depending on where the character is aiming in relation to the target. Pitch relates to the vertical alignment of a target and plays low if the player is below the target, and high if they are above the target. These ticks play more frequently depending on the horizontal alignment to the target. The audio changes to a different repeating sound when the player is on target. Here is a short video of the player aiming near and then over a target using these cues. The last feature is snap aim. This can be enabled with or without cues. Snap aiming with cues means that a unique cue is played when the player snaps onto and off of an enemy. Here is a short video of the snap aim cues in action as the player aims, snaps onto and then off a target. All 3 of these cues work together. Here is a short video of the player using all 3 to aim at and off of an enemy. Atomfall has you piecing together notes and clues to discover the mystery of the windscale plants. By default, the game has a very hands-off approach to enable players to explore at their own pace and not feel pressured to complete leads in a certain order or set time. However, we recognize this hands-off experience isn't for everyone. The exploration settings include a few options to assist players. Flag leads, which will highlight main story quests in the player's notebook, waypoint markers, which add markers to the compass that point to the objective, as well as navigational hints, which provide clear, simple summaries of core information found in leads. This screen shows the player's notebook. On the left is a list of the player's open leads, which currently contains the interchange and Dr. Garrow. The flagging leads option is on, which has marked both leads with the main story tag to indicate that these are core story leads. On the right-hand side of the screen shows the currently selected lead, a radio transcript from a character detailing their helicopter crash somewhere in Atomfall Woods. Navigational hints are enabled, so the top of the note provides a summary, giving the player a nudge of what to do next. In the example it reads, go to coordinates 25 east, 88 north in Atomfall Woods to investigate the helicopter crash.
From doing streams with Wobbly, we found out that he really found the Sniper Elite tagging system very helpful as the UI was so high contrast. Atomfall doesn't have this feature, so we decided to add the option Enemy Indicators. This option adds an icon above enemies that change colour and visuals depending on how threatened the enemy is by the player. This not only helps visually impaired players, but can help players know when there is someone behind them if they cannot hear footsteps, attacks, or barks. It also helps to flag the level of threat the NPC is in, giving an alternative to the more abstract radial indicators. Here's a video of the indicators in action in which the player moves around an area with some outlaws.
Nice and slow now. Let's have no trouble. Will I hear something? Calm down. Base keep on lookout just in case.
To go alongside the enemy indicators, we built subtitle indicators which show both direction and distance of dialogue. This gives players who are playing with limited audio more information on where dialogue and barks are coming from. The direction is shown through the arrowhead, and the distance is through to the tail length. We use dots for the tail, which we found much quicker to process than a line. You can visually see 1 to 3 dots depending on the distance. After our consistency session with the Wobbly Gamer, we discovered a key part of our survival system. Deciding whether or not to engage with enemies was lacking from our suite of features for someone with low vision. Despite the fact that our audio combat assistance was enabling combat, Wobbly found himself ambushed again and again because the enemies didn't always stand out. We fixed this with a feature that provided high contrast overlays on the NPCs, with separate colour options for hostile and non-hostile. Again, we provide almost 100 colours to choose from. On the screen there are 2 side-by-side gameplay screenshots. On the screenshot on the left, the player looks towards a ruined building where a trader stands by a campfire. They are completely highlighted in pale yellow, which contrasts them greatly from the environment. On the screenshot on the right, the player crouches in a bush, and ahead, near a ruined stone wall, is a group of outlaws. They are all completely highlighted in bright pink, which also contrasts them greatly from the environment.
Lastly, we want to highlight some of the approaches we took to weave accessibility into our design approach so that we're not just relying on the options to support the needs of players. We believe that a strong combination of options and accessibility by design helps to create adaptive and accessible experiences. To assist with enemy readability issues that Wobbly highlighted, we had a number of stylistic choices that helped enemies stand out more in the environment. This included the glowing elements and ferals, which helped identify them in dark areas, and bright glowing eyes on the rat swarms. Red clothing accents and white face paint were added to the outlaws to create stronger contrast. The barred robots have a large shape and silhouette, and the flamethrower robots, the red canisters, are highly contrasted from their black body armor, which helps identify weak points. Ensuring readability of item pickups was also a key consideration. This outline color can be customized, and an interactive dot is shown when the player is at a distance. While consulting, Wobbly commented that this UI made me actually want to explore and find everything, which showed us we were working towards our goal of enabling players to explore the world. We knew from co-pilot streams that our audio team did a fantastic job with unique pickup sounds in Sniper Elite. Building on that discovery, the team went above and beyond with building informative audio naturally in the world. This expanded from pickup sounds to things like swarm audio with telegraphing for attacks, unique sounds for gaining and losing status effects, and clear audio for triggering traps. Our barks also telegraph attack types, and on the right side of the screen is an outlaw reaching to grab a Molotov with the subtitle, "Where? Take cover." During playtesting, we found many players would find places of interest or areas they would like to revisit when they were better equipped. Adding the ability to place stamps on the map allowed players to be more actively involved with their exploration, instead of relying solely on memory. It was a collaborative effort across the teams to define a list of icons that were helpful for players in the context of the game, but also versatile enough for different uses. The ability to zoom in on the map allowed for more granularity for map stamp placement, without obscuring too many map details such as walkable paths.
Following feedback from Antonio Martinez, who did a talk for us in Sniper Elite 5, and its accessibility from a modability standpoint, we want to focus on how to make our controls more accessible by default. We were able to create a set of controls that by default supports no holes in gamepad, and single stick playthrough that had automatic movement options. Contextual actions were key here. These are actions that are only available in certain contexts. This helped us double up on keys without clashes and ultimately created a smoother player experience as there was less keys presses to remember. We also created unbound actions, which were keys for things we thought could be helpful to a player but didn't fit with the core scheme. This included a check ammo action. We achieved a whole lot with Atomfall, but what were the lessons we learned and key takeaways from the project for accessibility? Firstly, comparing the maintain, improve, expand list from the start of accessibility development to the actual list of achieved goals, it was a resounding success. We did everything and more than we wanted to achieve. We didn't limit ourselves to the original maintain, improve, expand lists, because game development isn't linear. We added to it as barriers arose, as the game developed, and we received lived experience feedback. This is one of the ways that we were able to do so much, by being flexible and open to tackling more as the team's confidence with accessibility arose. The things that worked best for us were clear communication, including regular accessibility meetings. This helped departments stay aware of progress. Scoping of accessibility based on impact and cost was vital, and having regular testing through QA to give us guidance on what tags and guidelines we were missing or near to really helped with analysing impact. Consultancy with Wobbly and testing with people with lived experience validated the features that we made and highlighted areas of improvement. It gave us focus and more fuel to push for features. Accessibility feedback on other games is also valuable, as shown through our control improvements and some of the feedback gathered from accessibility streams of Sniper. Supporting champions in the team helped to spread the load and make accessibility part of everyone's work. From the narrative doing the hints, to art increasing the default readability of enemies. Collaborating with our engine team was crucial for robust core features like remapping. Working together, we were able to get a system and identify areas of improvement as we went, and created something with much more control for players.
One big takeaway from this project is how valuable early planning can be. Although we were able to implement many new accessibility features, small oversights made early on in the project would have been identified if we had an accessibility designer involved from the start. Building up the backlog as early as possible paves the runway for features to be visible across the team and allows each department to take ownership and consider the implementation alongside their feature work. Another learning for us was the value of bringing consultants in to review the features earlier in development. It was the most valuable feedback we received from an accessibility perspective, but we were limited by time because it happened quite late in our development cycle. It meant there were minimal big changes we could make. The best feedback we got was from testing work-in-progress features, as it gave us additional insights and meant we could adapt easily. Playing our games on stream or co-pilot with disabled gamers also highlights their experiences and helped us to understand the barriers they face.
The leap forward in Atomfall's accessibility is a triumph. Overall, Atomfall has achieved outstanding new standards for accessibility at the studio. These features were fueled by the hard work and drive of the entire team, not just one individual.
If you'd like to read more about accessibility in Atomfall, you can visit the Atomfall website or the accessibility section on the Rebellion website. Thank you for listening, and thank you so much to GaConf for having us. We hope that there's something here you can take from this talk to enable more people to play and to help you take a cricket bat to the barriers in your game.
Emily, what is the name of your assistant? I was good. So I don't know BSL. What did she spell? Misha? Miso. Fantastic. We love Miso. We have a pets channel in our Discord. So you should join our Discord and post pictures of Miso. What were you talking about? Video game accessibility, that's right. Look, what is video game accessibility without love for cats? My cat also has an emote in the Discord because when we were streaming from my house over COVID, he took very similar actions. Now, actually, back to Rebellion and all of their wonderful work. What I loved there is not only what they were able to ship and the changes they were able to make, but the transparency that they just got to have with us about the lessons that they learned and who they learned them from. Like, I loved that, the audio stuff that they showed with the locking noises and the ticks. They mentioned that they had been inspired by Sea of Thieves. Last year, yeah, woo! Oh my God, where do you work? You can't see it at home online, but the person who cheered is wearing a Sea of Thieves t-shirt right now. Now, we were lucky enough to have Xander Ashwell come and show that off, and to see Rebellion build on the ideas and success of another company is amazing. We can all continue to do that. We can learn from each other. But I also love the transparency they just had at the end of like, hey, we should have brought people in earlier. In one of the previous talks, there was kind of this idea happening in the Discord of how do we work towards accessibility when the game isn't quite done yet or we don't know quite what we're making. Well, even when you don't quite know, there's probably some feedback that can push you in one direction or another as you're figuring it out. And the earlier you get that, the more you can incorporate as you move forward. You know, we've all heard the horror stories about how difficult accessibility is to retrofit. It's never too early to bring in players with disabilities to hear from them. You have a paper prototype? Great. I have gotten feedback on literally my producer art. And I don't know if you've ever seen producer art, but it's not exactly shippable quality. But that doesn't mean that you can't get useful and important feedback. So with that, we will be taking a short break and we will then have our last talk of the day. So thank you so much. Hello, everyone. We've come to that time of the day, the time for our final presentation of the conference. And this talk is one that I feel personally attached to because for like a whole 2 minutes, I worked on the Xbox Adaptive Controller. That's only partially a joke. I was lucky enough to join Xbox when the controller was very much well under, way into development. And, I got to give some talks about the controller, but the reality is that I just like put some emails in a spreadsheet and like cheered everybody on. But the Xbox Adaptive Controller was a really cool project. And that's why I'm so excited to have Andrew to come up here and, share this talk, input and its impact, how the Xbox Adaptive Controller changed the industry. So Andrew, please finish us off for the day.
Thank you. I'm Andrew Bromelow, Disability Gaming Manager for the charity Everyone Can. And this is Input and its Impact, how the XAC changed the industry. So you will have seen the XAC in various talks over the course of the day. It's the Xbox Adaptive Controller. A lot of people think it's called the Accessibility Controller or things like that. And it's not, it's adaptive because accessibility is the goal. And it's not a one solution device that will solve everything. But to cover what the XAC is to begin with, just as a brief overview, because I know many of the people attending these talks and watching will be developers that won't necessarily get hands-on with hardware all the time. It's a controller released by Microsoft to run on PC and Xbox that really is designed to give people the opportunity to connect their own devices and legitimize that for play on multiple platforms. The XAC was announced in May 2018 and released in September 2018. And I have absolutely no claim to its development. I didn't help in any way, shape, or form. But I'm here to talk to you about it today because I started working for the charity in February 2018. So it's kind of been my entire career from when I started in the charity to now has been setting up the XAC for people, traveling the country, explaining what one is, how it works, what it doesn't do, and then recommending the right equipment to go along with it in order to get people playing. If you go on the Xbox website and look for the XAC's support page, the charity Everyone Can is actually listed as one of the recommended people to go to get your configuration set up. So if you follow that link, it will go to our website and I will get an email. In the before times, before the XAC released, there was really 3 avenues of accessibility for console gaming. There was the Lepness kit for PlayStation and the Adroit Switchblade 2 for Xbox. Other than that, you were basically dismantling an OEM controller and soldering together your own connections, which is a strategy that people used. And seeing people doing that and going to those lengths is what created the momentum for the XAC to begin development in Xbox and get the device off the ground and into production. But the Lepness kit was released for PlayStation 3 with some PS4 support. It included basically a Switch input device and a dedicated controller for one-handed play. It's still available and is now available with USB support. It costs £475 for the device, but you have to bear in mind that this was a device that was developed for a very limited use case with very limited support around it. So it's still available to be purchased. The Lepnis website has recently been updated and is still going and receiving ongoing support. I imagine personally this is more to support the people that are familiar with the device, have used it for years, and would really be in trouble if they were to just stop existing and stop being able to be replaced. On the other side of the fence, for Xbox, there was the Adroit Switchblade 2, which came with Xbox 360 and some Xbox One support. It was mostly a switch input box that had two positional thumbsticks that would be plugged in on Ethernet cables. The device had programmable profiles like you'll now see on the XAC, and that retailed for £395. Accessibility used to be very expensive, but these were the best options that were available for people at the time. And really, the XAC wouldn't exist without these devices. So along comes the XAC. On the screen is a picture of one from our center. For this one is actually been set up for a particular service user that comes into our center regularly. This is actually her device about midway through its development. It looks a lot sleeker nowadays and has more 3D printed parts to kind of bring it all in to be more concise. But on the screen, you can see various cables plugged into the device, different switches laid out around it, a large switch in the center that has been configured to both be her interact and also act as her joystick. The XAC really kind of changed things. And the biggest and most important thing that it did is it came along and it allowed people to use the devices that they want to use, that they are familiar with using and need to use, and legitimize that on the Xbox and PC platform. So it comes with PC and Xbox support. You can configure it through the Xbox Accessories app. At the same time as it launched, they released Copilot. It's no longer called Copilot. We'll talk about that later, but that's a thing. Sorry, one sec. There we go. It also released with disability confident packaging. So it was designed so that someone with one hand would be able to open it, unbox it, and set it up themselves. Now, a lot of the people that we support and we go out and see would still require assistance setting it up. But we're here to provide that service, and it still was a groundbreaking change. It also released at the cost of £75. For that, you got an official controller with a switch port for every button on a controller with two additional ones, the ability to plug in any HID joystick device and have it accepted as a thumbstick on either side of the controller. So you could have two joysticks running simultaneously. And it was the first of its kind. So we put it to use. It became our go-to interface to get people playing. The most common thing I would do whenever I go onto the road or go to a school is I would take a joystick and a switch. I'd mount the switch by people's heads so that they can be moving and running. So we would have the joystick set up to be looking around. So they have camera movement, camera control, and they have forward. On the XAC, you're able to set a switch, and I keep saying switch. I know it's been mentioned in another talk, but just to reiterate, in terms of accessibility, we don't mean the Switch console, we mean any large button that uses normally a 3.5mm jack, but we can get ones that are contactless, pressure sensitive, blink, sound switches, you name it. Anything that a person is able to reliably do, there is a switch for, and we can plug it into the device and assign that to a key or a movement. We are able to then really kind of go to town, set it up for different effects and functions. The XAC being an official Xbox controller means that it's able to be supported on PC, Mac, Android, and even the Oculus. So it's sort of supported on Meta platforms, which is just a byproduct of it being an OEM product. A lot of devices have support for Microsoft's Xbox controllers, and it all kind of carries over. So with that, we started making our own controllers and using this to authenticate them so that people were able to play. It wasn't completely seamless, and it isn't without a few barriers that it would face. So the main issue that people had with it is joystick availability, finding the right joysticks to get it to work. There was an issue for a while with the D-pads, where the D-pads were slightly more fragile on some of the ones that were produced. You could tell because they would rattle when you run your hand across them. And that led to some D-pad failures, which caused menus to be an absolute nightmare to navigate. There was an issue with, in the picture that's on the screen at the moment, this was the flagship picture of the XAC on the Xbox store. There's a whole host of peripherals, and two of the joysticks, in fact, two of only three joysticks on that page, one is no longer in manufacture and very quickly went out of being able to be purchased. And the other had a period of time where it just wouldn't work on the XAC due to a firmware confliction. That was resolved in October 2022. But then you had to make sure you were purchasing one that was manufactured afterwards, or perform the firmware updates to update it to a level where it would work. There was limited options to use the device out of the box because the device itself comes with two large switches that could be assigned to any function you need, a D-pad, and then the menu buttons. So we had a lot of people come to us and basically say, hey, I've got the XAC, now what? We also got lots of people coming to us and asking why the trackpads weren't working. A lot of people would make the assumption that the large switches on the front were two trackpads, like on a laptop. I don't know where that kind of rumor started, but it definitely wasn't in any of Microsoft's documentation. So I'd like to move on quickly to just kind of a quick timeline of the XAC and its lifespan. So it was announced and it was released in 2018. In 2019, Praetorian, one of the largest, or one of my favorite manufacturers of accessibility joysticks for computer access, launched a series of updates. So their joysticks, or their main ones, the Optima and the Ultra Stick, have a mode for XAC. So not only could people be controlling their computer with a mouse, if you hold a couple of buttons down, wait 12 seconds, it now switches to being a joystick and will work with the XAC. Logitech released its Logitech G Adaptive Gaming Kit, a host of switches which are significantly cheaper than any pre-existing accessibility switch. There was a time in the post-COVID 2021 era where switches went up to, I think, as high as about £60 a switch. Imagine paying £60 a button whenever you wanted to play a video game. The Logitech G Adaptive Gaming Kit comes with, I believe, 12 switches for £95. It's by far the cheapest way to get the solutions you need and the range of buttons to play. With that, you get 3 large switches, 3 small switches, 4 micro switches, and then 2 analog triggers that can be used for racing games and other analog controls. And then following on from that, Praetorian released another product called the Game On One. I actually helped advise on the creation of that and have given talks on it in the past. It is a device that sits between someone's communication aid, a screen that they would use to talk, and uses the environmental control on that unit to send infrared signals that are picked up by the Game On One, plumbed into an XAC, and we have been able to get people to play video games on an Xbox through their communication screen. It's one of my favorite things to do because nothing is more fun than taking someone that is being brought into our center by their speech and language therapist and telling them, right, so as part of your speech therapy today, we're going to be playing Mario. It's great being able to time someone and be able to turn around and say, yes, after 3 hours of playing video games, you're now able to talk this % faster. It's a great way of using gaming to measurably achieve more. Now, other companies also got involved, and they may have developed their own devices apart from Microsoft. If Microsoft had never released the XAC, they may have been inspired to do so regardless, but we'll never know. In June 2020, the Hori Flex controller was released. This is a device that's there to provide a similar level of support for the Nintendo consoles. And then, as people will probably be aware, in 2023, the Access controller released, offering support on PlayStation. The Hori Flex controller is an interesting device. So that came quite quickly following the XAC. It's officially licensed by Nintendo for PC and Switch, but isn't made by Nintendo themselves. When it first released, it didn't have joystick support other than other Hori joysticks. There was a very, very small list of, I think, roughly about 7 joysticks that would work with the device. This changed about a year later through a firmware update, and it initially wasn't even released in the West. It was a Japanese-only product. On it, there is a switch port for every button on a Nintendo Switch Pro controller, 2 USB ports, and even more programmable modes. So you can set a profile to the device, set it up for a game that you want to play, press a button, and move to your next configuration. But to configure it, you have to plug it into a PC. You can't do that on a Nintendo Switch. It also costs, at release, it was £186 in this country, which is significantly more than the XAC and various adapters that we had used previously to get an XAC to work on Nintendo. The Access controller by PlayStation has come out much more recently. It's an OEM product by PlayStation for the PS5. It doesn't have official PC support, so it cannot be configured on PC. That said, there are third-party tools now available, but there is not a large degree of confidence on how long they will be supported for due to Sony's involvement. There is a built-in joystick, so out of the box, you are able to play a lot more games than you can on the XAC. You come with a lot more buttons and a lot more options for how you would like to play. It, at the same time, launched with assist mode, allowing you for the first time to pair 2 controllers to the same player on PlayStation. And it comes with 4 3.5mm jack points, which is the standard Switch interface in the industry, whether it's for gaming or for like environmental control accessibility. The interesting thing about that is if you want an additional joystick, you are able to plug in a joystick using that connector, but it doesn't have USB support. So at the time, there was only really 2 joysticks I was aware of that you could connect that would work with the device. You can solder together your own, but if you wanted 2 joysticks, the kind of approved method would just be to buy a second Access controller. So that is the timeline for how the XAC is kind of seen, but it did have continued support. So not only did the controller come out and do all the things that was originally offered, they then, in future updates, they added keyboards and mouse support. So now if you were to connect an XAC and plug in a joystick in the side, you can actually set a profile where that becomes your computer mouse. Assign your left and right clicks. You can assign keyboard commands to the switches. So literally last Friday, I went to an individual's house. He won't mind me talking about this. He was in an accident and has lost one of his arms. And so we've been recommending him equipment. He's going to end up getting a Xbox adaptive, Xbox adaptive joystick and an XAC. And we're going to set him up with a switch button so he can swap between his computer and his TV. His computer and his Xbox, and then have a mode where he is playing PC and mouse and keyboard, and swap to another profile on the device where he's playing on a standard kind of Xbox configuration, left stick, right stick, A to jump, that kind of thing. 8BitDo released an entirely new controller, the 8BitDo SE Lite, a officially licensed controller aimed at accessibility. Latching switches were added, which is basically the ability to press a switch and have it press and hold for you. This was something that we were having to basically solder our own devices to do previously. Controller Assist got renamed, so it's no longer Copilot. It's now called Controller Assist. They changed the name because of compatibility or like branding issues with the service that is Microsoft Copilot, their AI platform. Hat switch support arrived. So if you have an old flight stick joystick that many flight sim or Elite Dangerous enthusiasts still use, and it has a little joystick on the top of that joystick, the XAC is now smart enough to recognize that and set that as your opposite stick. So you can, with one hand, be moving the main joystick for one direction, and then the top smaller joystick to be your other direction. The BioWare Protus controller came out. That is a completely new kind of style of interface. It's a modular controller that can be broken apart and assembled to fit your needs. And then very recently, just a couple of weeks ago, Copilot for Xbox was announced, which is going to be a AI support for in-video games. So let's look a little bit more at the 8BitDo controller. It's a completely flat controller with all the buttons being on the face. It has Hall effect joysticks, but that use very little strength in order to move them, so it's much easier for a lot of people to use. And it has 2 switch ports on the top. It comes with 2 switches, and more often than not is available online for cheaper than the price of 2 switches. It's a great little controller. It's popular based on the Nintendo Switch controllers that 8BitDo have been making for a really long time that have been really popular for accessibility reasons. And it's really nice the fact that they have been able to be brought on board and able to release a licensed controller that will work with Xbox and PC. It does have its own app that you have to download in order to configure it, but for the price point that it brings, it's a complete solution for a lot of disabled gamers. The BioWare Proteus controller is an entirely new platform. So it's a modular system where you're able to assemble your own components and create a controller in the shape that you need, assigning and attaching only the buttons that you need in order to play. It's a really interesting platform that has a lot of potential for growth. They are in the future going to be adding more modules, and there are videos online that show some of the ones that they're going to be adding, which will even include switch ports for people to be able to use their own adaptations and switches into the ecosystem. Obviously, Microsoft addressed the fact that they didn't have their own joystick and the issues that people found getting joysticks for their device. So they released the Xbox Adaptive Joystick that came out only a couple of weeks ago, about a month or so. It's cabled only, but it is an OEM joystick that will plug and play on PC and on Xbox. You can connect it to the XAC, which gives it additional functions. It will have the ability to function as a mouse in the future. That, if you go under the settings, says that's a coming feature, but it has it already if you plug it into the side of an XAC. It's a Hall effect joystick, so again, limited pressure is needed in order to move it. And it has an online service where you can design your own thumbstick toppers. So you can set the exact height, shape, and feel that you need the joystick to be, and then either be able to request it through their printing services or download the file to print yourself. It's incredibly cheap. It's about £25, which is cheaper than the arcade sticks that we would assemble ourselves and solder together to get to work on the consoles. And so it's almost overnight become our go-to joystick of joystick of choice. No batteries in there, so it is wired only, but that is how they managed to get the price point so cheap. One of the nicest things about it is because of the price and the fact that you can get more than one, you're able to kind of like relax and separate your hands so you're not having to be bunched up holding a controller. One of the most common uses that we've recommended it for so far is when people are using assist mode or co-pilot in order to play with a standard OEM controller. They're able to use their XAC to add in additional switches, so like buttons by their feet, head switches, things like that. We're then recommending the Xbox adaptive joystick to sit alongside that for functions like when you're playing GTA. And we're able to get you to move around, and you can run and you can shoot and you can fight people and you can take missions. And then you get into the car and it's an entirely different setup. So then we have an entirely different joystick controller mounted right next to you. So you can just move your hand across and then you're playing on that setup. Obviously, that's not a solution for everybody, but for those that helps for, this lets them do even more. Now, Copilot for Xbox has recently been announced, and this is going to be an interesting one because I think everybody in the room will have their own opinions on AI and its uses. But I do recommend that anyone that's interested takes a look at the Xbox podcast released on the 13th of March, where they show a video of its use case. So Copilot watches what you're playing and you're able to talk to it as you play. In that video, they ask it questions like, when was the last time I saw coal? What should I be doing now? Where am I going? And it's able to explain the tasks that the individual was working towards in the game, remind them of the last time they saw a specific feature and give them directions back to their home base once they told it, this is where I live. And the ability to have a digital companion sit with someone, support that play, remind them of tasks, and kind of be a person sat alongside them playing the game, offering that support might be very beneficial to people with neurodiversity and other kind of gamers. So you can kind of see just the effect that the XAC has had. On the screen at the moment, I have some photos from our center. We have a young lady with cerebral palsy that I'm sat in her living room, and she is laughing while playing, I believe that was Jedi Survivor. We have a young gentleman in our center who's using the Xbox Assist with a controller and XAC functions to be able to play Farm Sim. We have kids at the bottom playing the center. And in the bottom right, we actually have a photo of the Logitech heavy equipment bundle, which a lot of people bought, plugged into an XAC, and then used that in order to be able to use their peripherals on console. Even though they were not disabled gamers, it was just another opportunity. Everyone Can is a charity that provides assessments, workshops, gaming sessions, and support for gamers across the country. We endeavor to help anyone that contacts us. Our remit is any age and any disability. And we're here to advise people on the equipment they need without selling anything and giving them honest and impartial advice. I'd like to thank all of you for putting up with my stumbling and my sheer panic when I realized I couldn't actually read my notes on the screen. And thank you very much for coming here and listening to my talk. Thank you.
Listening to this talk, one of the things that is so amazing is how much the landscape of inputs has changed from before, you know, the Xbox Adaptive Controller was out until now. It's radically different. We went from a time of, you know, very limited amount of devices overall that were mostly coming from the medical industry. They were ugly and they were super expensive. And now there is a plethora of, you know, first party, officially licensed 3D printed options that people can use and engage with. And I think this just shows that, you know, as an industry, when we have someone who initially takes a step forward, you see everyone rush forward and everyone massively improve in the space. And I also think the other thing that we can really take away from Andrew's talk is with these amount of options and with the things that we've heard earlier today, that sometimes players don't know what they need, that charities like Everyone Can and who work with players to help them get assessments, to help them understand their needs so they know the right options on how to get into gaming with, again, these multiple of various inputs is incredibly, incredibly important. And so the work that they're doing, you know, honestly, it's there is always a gap of, you know, yes, Xbox and PlayStation can put out these controllers, but, you know, they're not shipping the controllers with an OT who can give you a personal assessment and tell you what to do and what to buy. And so these charities are absolutely critical in empowering gamers with disabilities, gamers with mobility disabilities specifically, to get into gaming and to be able to, you know, have fun. So let's give another round of applause for Andrew and his amazing talk. And it's with that it's come to that time, the end of the Game Accessibility Conference, Europe Edition 2025. It has been an absolute whirlwind. And, you know, I want to again thank everyone who made this happen. I first want to thank our speakers. Because as it turns out, it doesn't matter if we get a venue, if we don't have amazing people to come and share their knowledge. So I want to give a round of applause for all of our speakers and their amazing work that they did presenting to us. And for us, it's also really important that we work to make our events accessible, and we couldn't do this without our amazing service providers that we've been working with. So I want to thank 121 Captions and today Kate and Ewan for all of the work that they did all day providing these amazing captions. So a round of applause to our captioners. And of course, with BID interpreting, we want to give a thank you to Emily Sands and Assistant Miso, who we didn't ask you, Emily, but Miso now does have an emote in our Discord. It was an amazing side-eye shot of like. Yes, Miso knew. As well as Catherine Neal, you guys have been absolutely fantastic. And I know that, you know, you are up, you know, doing such a fantastic job, and you guys had to do this all day. So a round of applause for our amazing interpreters. And of course, paying for these amazing services costs money. And we try as hard as we can to keep the ticket price down and to make everything free online. And we can't do that without the sponsors for our events. So I first want to thank our gold sponsors of Sony Interactive Entertainment and Xbox. our silver sponsors of Amazon Games and Rockstar. And our bronze sponsors of Ubisoft, Tencent, Riot Games, Player Research, Descriptive Video Works, Alchemy Labs, Scopely, Electronic Arts, Reed Speaker, Shara, and all of the individual donors who donated through Eventbrite. So round of applause again. Now, like I said, we try to put everything online as soon as possible. Just ignore the fact that I haven't put up the US live talks yet. They will be up before the live talks from this event. I promise. I am. They're going to get edited. But I'm proud to say that a selection of the pre-recorded talks are actually already live right now on YouTube. They've been posted in the Discord and pinned. And Subtrend, our VOD caption provider, has already got our captioning on that as well. So you can start linking some of the talks that you saw today to your coworkers right now. And of course, running an event like this, it also takes people. And so I want to thank all of our amazing staff. So, back there, co-director Ian Hamilton, hiding. Let's give a massive round of applause to Ian. Over here we have Max, who does, what doesn't Max do? He does front of house, he does billing, he does keeping me sane, which is a very important job. So a round of applause to Max. And then, of course, we have both Topher and Ben, who have been doing literally whatever we needed. Everything from check-in to food assistance to you name it. These two have been on top of it. So a round of applause for Ben and Topher. And of course, this brings me to the most important member of the Game Accessibility Conference staff, Mama Windward. Now, you guys may have not have realized this, but I think the first Game Accessibility Conference that Topher came to in person, his mother had baked this delicious Battenberg cake and brought it to us, and it was amazing. And then the next year, she did it again. And then this year, she has baked another one for all of Topher's computer friends. And so we will actually have that available if you would like to sample. It is delicious. And I don't know what I did in a past life to get this sort of blessing that I am getting repeated homemade Battenberg, but I'm going to accept it. So a huge thank you to Mama Windward. And now to finally close out, I want to thank all of you for coming, for attending, whether you're online, here in person. It means so much that you guys come, that you attend, that you listen to the talks, and that you network with each other, and that, at the next event, we're going to get to hear about everything that you all did to build on everything that you got to hear today. So hopefully we will catch you on September 29th and 30th, either online or in Redmond, Washington, for the next edition of the Game Accessibility Conference US. And so with that, I want to thank you so much. Oh, wait, hold on. I always forget to do this. Hold on. Okay, we're gonna wait to go back to the internet. All right, thank you. Woo. Okay, back for real. This is awkward.